teaches us how to hold two contradictory realities simultaneously. While we, as the university and college, acknowledge the strife and unrest that are so rife in society, at home and elsewhere, we are also called to attend to the range of human emotions that include joy and appreciation of life itself. It is on this note that the College of Human Sciences once again hosts the Teaching and Learning Festival 2024. The Teaching and Learning Festival is a flagship program of the Vice Principal, Teaching, Learning, Community Engagement and Student Support. This festival is hosted through the theme Educating for Social Justice, Envisioning the Future We Want, 30 years post-1994. This is the theme that all colleges in the university are working to respond to and animate through critical reflexivity.
Audible. Indeed, it's a beautiful morning. We are about to start. So if you can be able to grab your coffee and your light meals and get settled so that we start with the program of the day.
If anything, the state of the globe today teaches us how to hold two contradictory realities simultaneously. While we, as the university and college, acknowledge the strife and unrest that are so rife in society, at home and elsewhere, we are also called to attend to the range of human emotions that include joy and appreciation of life itself. It is on this note that the College of Human Sciences once again hosts the Teaching and Learning Festival 2024. The Teaching and Learning Festival is a flagship program of the Vice Principal, Teaching, Learning, Community Engagement and Student Support. This festival is hosted through the theme Educating for Social Justice, Envisioning the Future We Want, 30 years post-1994. This is the theme that all colleges in the university are working to respond to and animate through critical reflexivity. In 2021, the theme of the Teaching and Learning Festival was hosted under the theme Academically Resilient.
Colleagues, just for the sake of time, may I request that we get organized and get settled so that the program can be able to start.
The journey of inclusive 4IR team Kodak. South Africa is observing 30 years since the advent of the 1994 dispensation. While others are quick to characterize this period as post-apartheid or since democracy, as a College of Human Sciences, we rather wish to continue to hold this period under critical scrutiny. Easy characterization will not do justice to the ambivalent times that we find ourselves in. Our open-endedness is deliberate. It is an invitation to approach this space with the necessary hermeneutics of suspicion. It is only through this posture that we can be useful interlocutors in the South African social, political, and economic space. The Teaching and Learning Festival 2024 is an opportunity to reflect on the unique role played by higher education in furthering the justice imperative given the responsibility to shape future generations. One of the urgent questions that the College of Human Sciences ought to grapple with as we observe the 30 years after 1994. What obligations do we owe to society as co-constructors of society? Have we discharged these responsibilities? How have we done so? 5 colleagues in the College of Human Sciences have raised their hands to share best practices. The colleagues are Mr. Tabaka Singh, nominated for the category Excellence Award for Transformation in Teaching and Learning. Ms. Sikwesi Tabule, nominated for the category Excellence Award of Student Support alongside Mr. Curtis Ross Love, Ms. Kitsi Sosiete, Ms. Claudia Frettini. We also use this time to hear from our communities about the work on decolonial, Afrocentric futures that we want. Our speakers are Mkhulumabule Mokine, who is an elder and community worker with a bias towards sex. Gogo Mfumishaba will be sharing on the alternative model of education with the name SOUL, School of Universal Mind Learning, is an individualized impact. Mr. Obakeng Africa, who is an emerging scholar based in the CHS, will lead the discussion. Whoever of the college nominates to distinguish themselves will represent the college at the Institutional Teaching and Learning Festival on the 19th of September 2024. The adjudicators are Dr. Hansman Davids from the Department of Gender and Sexuality Studies in the College of Human Sciences. Is no stranger to this task, as he played the same role in the 2023 Teaching and Learning Festival, and thus brings this support to the other two adjudicators. Mr. Rosi Achumi, who is a UNISA student currently registered for the BA in Philosophy, Politics and Economics, and Dr. Naifa Rashid from the University of Georgia. Dr. Rashid is a lecturer in the Department of Economics, chair of the UNJ CBE Decolonization Committee, and the UJ convener for the NETBANK and Old Mutual Budget Speech Competition. Our esteemed program steerers for this occasion are Dr. Lehasa Mulol from the Department of Development Studies and Ms. Sisiwa from the Department of History. The quotes that the program directors said are not just education, but the decolonial, Afrocentric, and liberative education system is what Africa needs to redeem itself from the humiliation of the brutal, colonial, and neo-colonial experiences. And no real teaching can occur from a place of superiority, and no real learning can occur from a place of inferiority. It is somewhere in between that this symbiotic exchange becomes possible. Last but not least, the broader CHS community also sent words of support. Colleagues, here we are on the cusp of the 2024 Teaching and Learning Festival. Sit back, relax and engage. Enjoy!
Good morning, and welcome, colleagues. I trust that you are settling down as you also enjoy your coffee so that the program can start. Welcome to the College of Human Sciences Teaching and Learning Festival. So our mood is very high, and we are excited to have this day. As a way of introducing myself, my name is Lehasa Moloi from the Department of Development Studies under the School of Social Sciences. And within this amazing college, I'm going to be your program director, but I'm not alone in this journey. I have with me Sister Busi Ngongo, and I also have the sign language interpreter with me, Miss Sophie Mabaza. So we're going to be driving this car together to hope that it reaches the successful destination so that we create possible opportunities for this important event to be able to succeed well. So, colleagues, we have an amazing theme that guides our reflections in our gathering, and I know that Sister Busa will come and give a formal welcome to all of us. Educating for social justice and envisioning the future that we want in 30 years of the post-1994. As I was coming this morning, I was having reflections about the College of Human Sciences and what does that mean. It means that the human is a common denominator. We have not gathered here because we are educators first and foremost, we are scientists, or we are mathematicians, but we have come here because we are the human beings. What does that mean? And when we use that as a basis of interrogation, then we can become anything else that we want to play. So this college is probing the critical questions at the center of this life. Who are we in the aftermath of the Homo sapiens? How do we define ourselves, where we are? How do we situate the conditions that we are in and the rest of the world? And I do believe that indeed in being in this college, we are going to be probing some of those questions. But the other critical question is that what does education mean in the context that we have reflected on? And one of the critical challenges, again, that we should be thinking about as we reflect on these critical issues is that what is our role in these institutions called institutions of higher learning? You know, I always become amused as I walk up in here and I look at this amazing bigger structure and I begin to ask myself as I enter into the university, what has informed this architectural structure? As I move out of this building and I move next to my neighbors at Tegis, I see something that is shaped like a sheep. Whose sheep is this? Who are the people who are getting into this sheep? What are they being taught? So I think in that case then, we're going to be reflecting and picking up, reflecting on these questions about our roles as educators. Without any waste of time, I'm going to be calling my dearest sister, Sister Busingongo, to come and to do what she knows she needs to do. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Like my co-host has said, my name is Sibusisiwe Ngongo, and I'm from the Department of History. What an honor it is to be sharing the stage with you, Dr. Moloi, today. And indeed, from your reflections, I think every one of us today in this room really needs to take a step back and reflect deeply, really, on the work that we're doing here and whether this work does take into account and into seriousness the idea of social justice, like you said. I think it's a theme that calls on us to really interrogate space, right, as Dr. Moloi has done, the very essence of the African university and how we imagine it to be, right, 30 years post-1994. And I will be, throughout the program, asking you in the audience to share in your reflections with regards to this theme. So you are not only here for the food. You are also here to think and share in your thoughts around this theme. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Mine is really simple. Before we get into the program, I have to greet and acknowledge and observe protocol. All the people we have in our midst today. The Executive Dean in the College of Human Sciences, Professor Nkosi. The Deputy Dean in the college, Professor Mashao. Right, our school directors and all members of the College Management Committee present today, all chairs of departments, extended management and academics, the National Student Representative Council President, Mr. Nkosinathi Mabilane, is in our presence, student representatives at large, as well as the students of this University of the Land. Special guests, adjudicators and keynote speakers, notably Ntate Mabule Mokine and Ms. Mpumi Shabangu. I'd like to acknowledge our sign language interpreter, Ms. Sophie Mabaso. Thank you for joining us today and making the time. members of the media, and in particular, we have Ms. Sisi Sechalo from the SABC. So put on your best smiles, colleagues. And finally, to the nominees themselves, whose excellence we are here to celebrate today. They are scattered around the room. We are here to bask in their glory and to absorb the vigor and the dedication with which they do their work. And we are hopefully going to be inspired by that. So, to you all, Sithi sanibonani. Dumelang. Dimacheroni. Yeah, etc. We have too many official languages. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just some housekeeping before we continue. Can I request that we kindly keep our cell phones on silent, to allow and give the respect to the speakers as well as the nominees as they present. Please ensure that you have signed the register. It was there as you entered. And also the restrooms are down the hall to my right-hand side. That's the only rules really we have. Other than that, we are here to celebrate. We are here to have a festival. So please participate, clap your hands as hard as you can, and be present, be in this moment. That's really what we have to plea with you today. And to test your level of clapping, as I call onto the stage our first speaker on the program, our executive dean in the college, who leads from the front, but also from the back, who understands why that is important. A person who leads with incredible warmth. I think if you've bumped into her, you feel like you know her on a personal level. That's just how she is. So please help me in welcoming the Executive Dean with a resounding round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, let's do it.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm watching this table. Watch them. Yes. Thank you very much, program directors. Let me continue on what Ms. Ngongo stated. We said, Sanibonani, Dumelang, Ndimacheroni, Lochani, Molweni, Jambo, Tameng, Tobela, Goeiemorgen, good morning. Absheni, how can Uloshani and Absheni is not one. Okay, Abusheni. All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure and gratitude to welcome you to our CHSTL Festival. We are delighted to have you here. We appreciate your support. May we kindly greet a person next to you and tell that person how beautiful she is or he is. Please greet. Hello, hello. I want to say, you're beautiful, then you say, yes. I'm fine. Yes. Are we good? I'm always careful. That's why I always say, ladies and gentlemen, so that everybody's covered. Because now if I start and say the CMC table, the CODs, the what, I'm going to leave others. But I just want to appreciate your presence. You took your time to be with us as we celebrate the Teaching and Learning Festival of the College of Human Sciences. I know Prof. Mashar will do the thank yous, but I've learned that sometimes we forget and we miss others. I just want to thank the organizing team for such a beautiful space, well organized, their marketing strategy, all tables are occupied. We had a lovely breakfast there. Thank you, organizing team, the marketing team, everybody who contributed to be where we are today. Yesterday, when we had a meeting, Prof. Labangani commented to say, yo, I didn't know that preparing for a teaching and learning festival, it's such a big task. I said, welcome to management, my dearest. And then she said, I'm going to decolonize it and make it. I said, we are giving you the space to do it. It's lots of work, it's hard work. That's why I'm starting by thanking the team. When I looked into the adverts, I've requested that they show the picture of the advert. I want you, colleagues, to look at this boy there. I saw the theme. It says, educating for social justice, envisioning the future we want 30 years post-1994. I looked into this boy. I saw a young chap with a potential. I saw confidence. Just look into his face. You could see that he's happy. When the person was taking a picture, he was ready. Look at the colleagues around him. Yes, look at the colleagues around him. And then I took in some characteristics that say, we are passionate about teaching and learning. We are committed. We are the hope of the future generations. And then I went on to see the feast. If you look into the feast up there, the 4 hands, to me, they demonstrated the struggle, the unity, and the commitment as CHS is moving forward. And I reflected on the picture, I reflected on our journey, because when we say we are envisioning the future we want, 30 years post-1994, I went back to 1994, where we started to have a democratic country. There were joys of democracy. We were all happy because it was the first time that happened to us. We had the dream that better things will come. Unfortunately, we are still waiting. There were empty promises. The easiest one that you remember was that free education, free houses, free water, free electricity. What's happening today? Okay, we can say for students there is NEFSAS. We can say universities open doors so that all colors will have a foot on the door. We looked into our Department of Basic Education because we've got quintile 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, where there are schools that are not paying fees, but then we're worried about the quality of education. That's why those who've got money are capable of sending their kids to Model C schools. While that was a plus for those who've got money, but it affected our languages because English was equated to being smart. And it affected our languages. This year, 2024, we are going back to the roots to say, let us embrace and promote our languages. Something that happened, we're not aware. The challenge now with our African language is that when you speak English, there is this notion that you are being smart. Guys, you can be smart using your African language. Like when I tell you that the person in front of you, uzethu wakankosi, ozalwa uMasikhakhane, intombi yale eDanaos. Uma sithi kwaSikhakhane sikhuluma ngomboma, uma sithi wonkosi sikhuluma ngodlamini. Intombi le yakwaMashi engasabi nokusho ukuthi iqhamuka kaMashi, esinqanqawini. Our colleagues I'm just sharing that I'm from Gomash. Yes. And then for 1994, we had hope that everybody would have access to education. Yes, numbers have increased, but you've got a problem of the throughput, which means that there are students that are not ready to face the higher education sector. Yes, we've got TVETs, but people look down upon TVETs. We need to go back to the technical colleges and say, let us have the artisans, let us have the skills that will assist, because we've got professionals, we've got also the artisans. So that's where I am to say thank you very much for being part of the University of South Africa, which has always been a university which opened access for all. We know we are the only universities that can go to the prisons. We are the only universities that you can study anywhere in the world without putting your foot at UNISA, and you graduate with a credible qualification. So let us continue to embrace the vision of the University of South Africa, where we say gates are opened, do as expected. Although there is some discussion on openness, because colleagues, when you say open university, a person needs to come to UNISA at any time and register and do assignments at any time and request to write an exam when the person is ready to write the exam. But because we are following the Department of Higher Education and Training principles and regulations, we are supposed to submit the enrollment numbers. They can be done from month A to month C. We're supposed to submit our graduation statistics, which are done from a certain month to a certain month. That's why we conform, but it does not talk to openness. But as I'm saying, it's not yet Uhuru, as you remember Letimbuli. If we are still surrounded by poverty and inequality in our country, despite all the challenges, we are here to serve our students and to support the dreams that they want to change the life of their families. As stated in our vision, we are the African university that shapes the futures in the service of humanity. As a College of Human Sciences, we say we are defining tomorrows. So our vision ties in well with our theme for today, where we are envisioning the future we want 30 years post-1994. Let's come now to what brought us today. We are here to showcase our talent, our innovation, our creativity. The nominees are going to demonstrate the evidence-based practice, and I want you to take notes. We are here to reflect on our teaching experience. People will come in and share with you, and then you learn to say, oh, I had this problem, this one, solve it like this. We are here to promote excellence, and also we are here to promote our own CHS stars. May we give them a round of applause before they take up the podium. Let me reassure you, CHS nominees. I will just mention 5 previous winners of the College of Human Science Talent. You all know Dr. Nabiadi Letswalo, who is a chair of Department of Linguistics. He joined a Teaching and Learning Festival for CHS and said, I've got different assessment strategies that can make students to do better. He shared with us on how he engaged his student during assessment. He moved his module from 58% to 90%. Today, we are talking about a man who has won several awards, internally and nationally. We are talking about a man who has collected millions of rand just through his passion for teaching and learning. That's number 1. Then we've got a second person who's called Dr. Franz Ntlwedibe. People who know Dr. Ntlwedibe, he calls himself Dr. Incredible, because he went and he was teaching overseas. Students were unable to pronounce his name. They ended up calling him Dr. Incredible. And he said, no ways, I'm not Dr. Incredible, I'm Dr. Ntlwedibe. And then he taught them. Dr. Ntlwedibe won at CHS under the transformation category. He showed us on how do you infuse African epistemologies when you do your teaching and learning. He ended up winning the university award as the best nominee participant winner at CHS. Dr. Ntlodibe last year was finalizing a project that gave him more than 5 million to transform our teaching and learning, and he did it excellently. We've got Mr. Leon Roots, if you know him. He's from the Department of Sociology. He demonstrated to us that even at honors level, you can offer student support in a very creative way. He changed the pass rate of his module to more than 90%. Mr. Leon Roots, because of his innovative and creative ideas, was poached by DCDT. Today, he is at DCDT and also is assisting the wellness program of the VP Teaching and Learning. Nominees, I'm encouraging you to say, this is the first step we are doing at CHS. There is more to come. We've got Dr. Zodwa Khadebe, a COD from the Department of Anthropology and Archaeology. She shared her knowledge and the passion of Africanization and decoloniality. And she won an award on module development, which led her to participate in the university. And she also won. That took her to go and represent the University of South Africa under TAU. There is TAU Fellowship, where they say you did well at university, let's now empower you to do better. Colleagues, I'm just sharing with you some of the good stories to encourage our nominees that this is not the end. Even if you win or you don't win, but we are aware that there is Mr. Tabang, there is Miss Siposihle Gumede, there is Mr. Ketsis Rose Love, there is Miss Kitiso Sete, and there is Miss Claudia Fratin. As the College of Human Science, we know that we have got these people. As I'm wrapping up my welcome, I just want us, whilst we are enjoying this festival, we remember our heroes who carved the way for us, indirectly or directly. Most of the decolonial scholars, they know about a man called Paulo Freire from Brazil, who took it upon himself to say, I'm not going to allow this type of education where we're talking about banking of education. I'm going to allow my students, I'm going to engage with them in a dialogue, because he believed in critical pedagogy. He believed that a teacher and a learner are having a relationship. It's not that the teacher is on top and the student is just taking everything that is said by a teacher. It's a relationship. As the CHS, we are always following that. When we talk about student-centeredness, we bring our students into our module development, into our engagement. Our very own Prof. Ramose believed that umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu, and ethical life is a life of long journey. A person is a person through other people. The similar concept was crafted by Prof. Ogude when he said, we are co-creators of knowledge. Don't allow anybody to undermine your contribution, because we've got knowledge, we can do things. I can give an example of COVID. When COVID came, we went back to our traditions, our cultures. We were doing what they call in a gym, a virgin active, where you pay man, steaming. We went back, we did it at home. And then you go outside, you take some herbs, you crush them, you drink, and then you are fine. We know all the herbs that help. So guys, let us use our African knowledge to solve the African problems. To our adjudicators, thank you very much for taking your time to review the portfolio of evidence. We highly appreciate. To our keynote speakers, they're going to engage us during the day. I really appreciate you sharing your knowledge and making us better humans. The organizing team, I've thanked them. And to the nominees, I wish you all the best. To the audience, let's relax and enjoy the presentation. You are all welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the Executive Dean for the wonderful words of encouragement. As we journey in this drive, we'll pick up some few aspects of reflection. She highlighted something that is amazing in the context of the pictures that she talks about. The feast as a symbol of resistance. We have got to then know where we're coming from and where we are going to. It was in 1933, almost 91 years, one of the revolutionary masterpieces was published by Professor Patterson Goodwin, titled The Miseducation of the Negroes. But it was within the context of the Americas, where he saw education as a decivilizing mission. So we have got to therefore reflect, we educate within which context, and begin to find ourselves in the context of that journey. So this theme, educating for social justice, is speaking about the fact that there has been some decenteredness and displacement. Perhaps maybe if we make an addition in front of that education and we call re-education, because this civilization mission was advanced towards those who were already taught from Emakaya, where they come from, those who were already named, who were then renamed. So we are re-educating to move back to the center that defines who we are as a people. Thank you very much, Madam Dean, to remind us of our role once again. So what we're going to be doing right now, we're going to be moving to the next item, where we will be having the poetry performance. As Poetic Pantsula is moving to the front to bless us with the skills, I'm going to be asking at the end of the performance that all the nominees for the different awards to then begin to place themselves. We have a very wonderful space for them. At the end of the performance, then they can, all of them, begin to see themselves. As Poetic Pantsula takes the stage.
Reverse kind of poetry. We reverse poverty into poetry. Afikile marabela, afikile marabela to rabela batho. Free verse kind of poetry. We reverse poverty into poetry. Dumelang? I heard le dumedisitse ka di languages so tsotlhe mare le shile 1 ya mo Pitori. Le shia bjang language ya mo Pitori. Eksema Jimbos, bo sister. Dintshang. Le wete mara. Le nna ke wete. Ware on. A ono re ska ba on. Ke a hana. A ke tsamaye ke liwane ke tsamala butaka mo o ipitsa Simone Unisimon. Mechomi ere ko sehela anedeng ko lumetsebe bophelo bo ntjaka ke game abunya ke batho ba ba lame bunyaka o be le aim ska ti tlhakatlhakantsha stay in your lane seletsa hore mabare bare a re wena wa re mang a di bereke re berekela ko pele wa robala wa sala ene o jump and blind bo botlhe ra sokola re na le mathata mara still re zola thata a ke re bo majaka thata. And how sa tlhakane re qoba ka ndlovisi butse Mavis bo Tiny le bo Elvis ba strata ba itse o nya ke ha pelo fela le maikemisetso ska ya ka motho bula matlo o be Thomas bophelo bo botletse ka mathata mechomi bona utlwella maedoko ba strata ba itse go tletse batho ba o rekisa palone 24 ba o balabala wa ya 442 mastlhalisane speaking frostane and how sa frostane o tsena mo flopong wa tsentsha mo dilongo tletsa o tsentsha mo tronkong a re nya ke tseo re nya ka dilo stofong dilo botepu dilo acha moloi ke jealous and how tsena ba re a shuwe lase bona no di las o be slam o ka re loche ka flanke o swenke Your piece is important. Only show up when there's a need to. Tsa lefatshe a di fele. Ho fela motho a di fele tsa lefatshe. Ba tlohele le rabela ba tlohele. Ba tlohele le rabela ba tlohele. Let's move on to the next piece. Atumela nya. Wa utlwana ne?
I go by the name of Unisamene K, Unichalda K, Chalda Universe, or anything with a uni that's
Unisa.
Is the guitar audible? Thank you.
Why is it getting cold these days? Can I stay a little while? I don't mean to impose. A cup of coffee will do the most. Makes me stay a little while, just a little while with you. I'm losing my mind on the thought of you. I smell your coffee, baby, it takes me places, it's you. You make me stay a little while, just a little while with you. Can I stay a little while, just a little while with you?
Bontle ba gagwe ka re letsatsi le le tlhabang go botlhaba le phirima go bophirima jaaka e le tlwaedi. Bontle ba gagwe o ka re monne ke Mamlambo, she's just flawless, exquisite, beauty at the highest level. Asili yellow bone, not even a bimbo. She's a beauty with brains. She's chocolate brown, exactly how I prefer my woman. And Khaemi o ka re le botlo la siroko selenda makoposela ngwana wa koposela o shapa stwetla o di mametse. Motsama wa hae, damn, her walk, ka Setswana ba re ha tsamaya wa tantabelo ka re ke pikoko. She has this thing that makes most men turn their heads when she passes by. She is all natural, drag clocked with no filter, talk about African beauty. Lo mntwana nga tugeza nyebesi, tswitlam lo mkhohlwane, thamlam lo nandos, ngwana batho ka shwa ka ikepela ka wena. Sana buhle, kutheni unenza kanjena? Why can't you give me all of you like I'm trying to give all of me? Ke a bona re wa nyaka mara you just as afraid as I am. Although I wish you could see the joy in my heart when I'm with you. And ha ke valo wena, ke ktisa bonyora sana staba tsa hore ke lenyora. I just want to show you I can be that guy. I want to be that guy who will hold you through the night when you're having nightmares. Koro batse close to my heart. Sifubeng sarare sensa Goliath #men are trash. I want to be your king, babe. Eish, ngwana ba feto. Ngwana ntlaka ntsha tlhoke mabele ke gasagana. And like ngwana o ira bya ntweso. She captures my heart and plays hard to get. O dlala di finder as if I want to find the hole ke bethe one noto ke sabe. Baby, my thoughts about you or us are way beyond my wild imaginations. Although in my world, so I hope you understand. Or it just happened that time. Our lips locked.
I'm losing my mind on the thought of you. I smell your coffee, baby. Text me places, it's you. You make me stay a little while, just a little while. Wait, yo. Can I stay a little while, just a little while with you? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. There's no way you can interpret that or analyze it or try to add your 2 cents. Art, it is what it is. Thank you so much for giving us that beautiful poetry. So we are about to get into the festivities, ladies and gentlemen. The people that we are here for today, the nominees, are going to come up and take their seats in the front. I see 2 of them who have already done that. As they are coming up, I will be calling them to the stage one at a time, but as they are coming up, give them a round of applause. I just wish also I also wish to acknowledge the adjudicators. You will see them towards the end of the program as they give, their verdict. However, I think it's important that we do account that we have Ms. Tarulo Siatlulo, and she is a student here at the university, researcher, creative writer, and she is an information technology specialist, holds a BA honors in African politics, and is currently pursuing a BA in philosophy, politics, and economics here at UNISA. She is the founding director of the Khutso Setlulo Institute, and is part of the Decolonization of Human Rights Clinic in the US. Her areas of research are African philosophy, digital humanities, African gender, and Africana futurism. So thank you so much, Tarulo Siatlulo, for joining us today. Like I said, you will meet her later. Next, we have Dr. Naifa Rashid. She is a lecturer at the School of Economics at the University of Johannesburg since 2009, extensive lecturing experience, master's in political economics. Her CV is extensive. I will also acknowledge Dr. Hanzil Davids, who is a senior lecturer in the Department of Gender and Sexuality Studies at UNISA. And also his work in the LGBTIQ realm is very important. So we're going to see them later on, and they should pay more attention to what's about to happen, as should you, ladies and gentlemen, because there are quizzes that will follow and gifts to give away from that. So we have Mr. Thabang Masedi, who's coming from the Department of Communication Science, and he's going to give a presentation for the Excellence Award for Transformation in Teaching and Learning. As we welcome Thabang Masedi, please, with a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Mr. Thabang Masedi.
Good morning. Thobela. Minjani. Ndimacheroni. Lochani. Molo. Sanibonani. Jambo. Mamukase. Nehao. Just to, because if you'll note my award or category is under transformation in teaching and learning. So it was very important to say when we teach, we do not teach only students who are within South Africa, but who are in the global south and who are around the global arena. So hence I try to use various greetings and more. So we are often delighted by the butterfly, but we rarely admit that changes it has gone through and what actually it took for it to become a butterfly or what we aspire. So as I'm going to look at some of the aspects to say transformation or what motivated me to be in the category of transformation. I often say at UNISA, we say we are shaping future in the service of humanity. And you will note that last year we just celebrated 150 years, which actually derived from just shaping the future in the service of humanity, but to make sure that as we shape those futures, we actually try to reclaim and reaffirm Africa's intellectual futures through teaching and learning through education. So I will look at some of the aspects, how I did. You'll know that that's basically example of how I actually learn or run my lesson throughout. I'll just give you an outline of what I'm going to cover, but throughout I will be shifting to make sure that my learners, my students, my team are always engaged. These are some of the aspects motivating for the choice, teaching philosophy and the relevance paradigm or teaching pedagogies which I use. Then the criteria, which is motivated by the Africanization, decoloniality, the content engagement, which is how we engage. And obviously, you cannot engage without supporting or applying some supporting mechanism to your students. And also the ensuring the quality of assessment and following the UNISA procedures of quality assurance. And list is the learning approaches and the infusion or embracing of technologies within the teaching paradigm or within the daily teaching aspects. So you'll know that generally the module which I'm involved in is Introduction to Communication. And we often say communication is the art of speaking, of making sense of the words, making sense of the ideas between one person to the other. So that's the basic definition of communication. And why is this module so relevant to be in the transformation category? Number one, we know that if you can check, we are not even talking about the COVID-19. Just last year, there are a lot of developments, a lot of changes within the communication itself. And we often say the emojis which we use, the memes which we use, they are part of communication, whether in the social environment or in the professional space. We often use communication emojis, stickers, or various elements to ensure that we communicate effectively on a daily basis. And we therefore say, so one need to always, as you look at those paradigm shifts or the changes or the evolvements of the communication, you need to always look at the curriculum objectives. You need to also ensure that there is curriculum evaluation, not only by the team members or by the professional bodies, but also by the students themselves, because we often say it's not of paramount importance for one to just go to a classroom and teach without actually knowing what does the students want and who are your students.
And we often say it's in the classroom where the students can make their own education, where the students can decide what kind of platform will they want to engage and how will they want to engage with the lecturer on a daily basis, ensuring that we actually conform to the relevance platforms, and at the end of the day, the content that is being given to our society is of global and it can be intentionalized. Then I often say the students are the heart of the institution, and thus when we look at the students, it's not the matter of me delivering the content, them passing, but we, especially in the communication aspect, we often say we create a network space whereby our students, at the end of the day, they need to understand the importance of communication, networking, being the, like we often say, they must understand the collegiality in the global arena. So, at the process of transformation, I always say, I teach my students to learn, to go beyond the barriers, because we often say sky is no longer the limit in the education space, but it gives us the frontier of knowledge to understand what they want to achieve, and so that they can even, instead of just waiting, and when you look at the unemployment rate, because you cannot speak of transformation without actually looking at the unemployment rate. But you always say, with the content that you give and how you engage with your students, they should be able, at the end of the day, to either be content creators, content or influencers, and when they go to the industry, they have versatility or various skills which they can produce, or they can even start their own companies. So I often say, for one to understand transformation, these are the main questions which I ask before. Like we just started with the second semester now. Before I can even engage my student, I ask myself these questions. How can I support my students? How do they want to learn? Because without knowing these two key questions, it will make one to have either 100% or 0%, because you do not know the people you are engaging with on a daily basis. And I forgot to apologize, but I will explain why I'm apologizing at the later stage. So my teaching philosophy is grounded by not leaving anyone behind, because our college motto always say, together we can make a difference. So when we are not leaving anyone behind, we often say, through the teaching and learning, the principal goal of a teacher in higher education, because we often say we are lecturers, but in reality, if you want to become a great lecturer, as we are saying, you need to see yourself as a teacher, as a mentor, as a facilitator, so that the team which you engage with, because I often say, I do not have students, but I work with a team, because I see my student as a team which I'm going to engage with in the future. So you must make sure that they feel safe, that is inclusive and supportive in terms of the CODEL, which is the comprehensive open distance e-learning, that encourages active engagements, critical thinking, intellectual curiosity, and also the passion for lifelong learning. Because I will make example, in my module is the first year module. I often say, it's at that particular module where students need to decide whether they need to change course or they need to continue with the diploma in public relations, because of how the reception they will have got, supportive mechanism which will have been put around them. And you will know that transformation is an ongoing process that tends to be ordinary when you are looking at it, but it's actually something that is extraordinary, which takes place through the entire process. It's not just, because when we look at transformation, one will look at the issue of languages, but within those languages, you have to look at how then do you transform, how then do you, on a daily basis, do you improve? For instance, I'm from Limpopo, I only know 3 languages, but on a daily basis, when I engage with my students, I often try, or I get the quest to learn, or to want to know more languages and be fluent with them, because that's part of transformation as an individual. And also from the students, because they're from various aspects of world, I often say to them, you need to, at least by the end of semester, you just don't know what is communication or what are verbal communication cues. But how then do you relate with those in your language? How then can you relate those in any other languages? Then, when we look at those, when I coin the teaching philosophy and the motivation, I often say the student-centeredness or the learner-centeredness is the core. Because if you ask those questions, the students are the one who are capable of answering and guiding you through to say, this is how we want to learn. You put the students on the center of education, you become their mentor, their moderator, so that at the end of the day, they are able to understand and to have the quest to learn. When I'm going to say, maybe at 5, I'm going to have class, students will be the one who say yes or no. And based on that, I say, okay, let's then, what I will usually do is I will have my own schedule and give it to the students and say, what time do you think is possible for class? I know that with those 3 different times which I have given them, either time which they are going to give, as a lecturer, I will just be there to support them. I will be there to mentor. Often I will say, how then do you think this week we can engage? If we are going to look at the concept of defining communication, I will say, are we going to have group activities? Are we going to even engage on WhatsApp? Or can we have a class where we deliver the content so that at least at that particular time, we even reduce the risk of saying, I don't have data to be online. But you say, what platforms can you look at? What do you want to learn? How do you want to learn? And that actually, it goes down to the connectivism approach to say how you connect with students, how you communicate with students, as said by Seaman and Don's 2004. It gives you, or it gives the student the connectivity. Whenever they see your text or communication, they often feel that you are part of them, you are not their boss or their lecturer, but they see you as one community. And then these 2 aspects, which is the connectedness approach and the student-centeredness approach, it is actually coined together or summarized by the teaching approach, relationship, activities, assessment, and content model by Tran. Because when you look at this model, it simply says to us how you plan your teaching and how the students will learn. It gives you an approach. How do you approach your student? If you're going to have a class this week, how are you going to make sure that you approach them and how are you going to look at them? And you also build the relationship. It's not about the throughput, output, but the main point, especially in the communication space, we say we build the relationship, the networks within the communication. And as the 2022 tuition manual procedure, it often says to us, we must have at least 4 maximum assessment for semester modules. But within this, because I'm able to engage with the students, I will have the 4 maximum and weekly activities where I'm able to track how students are doing and how are they actually engaging on a daily basis. And then obviously the content, when we look at the content, we often say the content should speak to the trends. We usually, for better ways in communication or in media space, we will then say, what is trending now? And when you create a content, when you give example, it's not going to be possible for one to come with example from UK, Queen Elizabeth, America, whereas we are in South Africa, we're dealing with the GNU now. So with the content that you coin, if it's non-verbal communication or verbal communication, what I will often say to the students, look at your culture. Based on your culture, if I speak to you and you look down, what does it resemble? And during the professional space, when you apply or when you look down, how will the panel look at you? It will be, example, lack of confidence. But at that time, when they're asking me questions, I'm looking down because I'm showing respect, because in my culture, then I'm like, no, to respect the elders, I need to look down. So when you make those examples, or when you deliver content in the Africanization, decoloniality, you are able to mix the two to say, we are not actually moving away from the Western ideologies, but we are able to relate to say, in our culture, in African epistemologies, this is how we view things and this is how we do things. And also the case studies which you often give to your students should be relatable. They should be able to be a lived experience of a student, so that even when, I think one of the also trending now in academic is ChatGPT. So if you give the students the African example, the relatable example, or the personalized question, so students are able to critically think, try to, instead of going to the media or going to Google, they just sit down and try to reflect to say, okay, but in my culture, how then do I explain this? How then do I do this? So for instance, when we have weekly classes, I will often give example using Kilobedu or Sepedi. In those 2 examples, then I will try to translate to Xitsonga and Chivenda. And in the same class, I will ask few students to say, if your language is not represented in this example, can you raise your hand and let's try to engage in your culture and know that in your culture, how do you say this? How do you have this kind of example? And how then do you relate to this content in the academic space and in the profession, so that at the end of the day, when they graduate, they are able, and you'll know that our students are in the village, so we don't have the residential students in most cases. So when your students are staying in those areas on a daily basis, when you have the content, they are able to look outside or to sit back to say, okay, actually I think I have experienced this, because that's their daily environment where they are able to engage. And we often say that's how we take education to the community. And I often say the basic transformation or how to transform education. Number one, we often say, who do you teach? And then if you look at the picture, it shows we have now the new trend, which instead of load shedding, we have load reduction. So the students will be complaining about the load reduction. We have students from various elements or areas where you look at they are from farms, some are working, some are from the rural areas, and some, or the amplified number, is now from matric. So we do not really look at students who are only working as the open distance or Cordell. But we now have to change the model. That's why then the transformation in teaching and learning comes into say, if I was used to just put the material on the system and know that students on their own time, they will be able to engage the content. At this time, I'm able to say, but it's only 20% of my students who are working. 80% of my students are just waiting to, even when you post assessment, they can complete it within a day. Then how then do you make sure that on a daily basis, you move away from the comfort zone of saying, a weekly classes maybe it's a punishment, but to say, it only gives me that diversity to go and engage and make sure that I minimize students' inquiry by engaging with them on a weekly basis. If I have, usually I will have 1 or 2 classes, irrespective of the pass rate, because I know that with my pass rate, usually I can only have 1 class. But based on the engagement and the relationship which I mold with the students, I often say, the whole of this week, my schedule or my calendar is open. When do you think we can engage? And usually I do this through WhatsApp polls, where students will indicate the time when they're available. Then I'm also able to avail myself so that they can be able to engage and we are able to connect at that particular time. And we often say, when you teach, if you understand the background of your students, some they use internet, they go to internet cafe once in a while. So hence I try to say in the technologies that I infuse, I know that with WhatsApp data, they can buy a WhatsApp ticket to communicate on a daily basis. So for the proper or for the most announcements which are on the LMS, I often say this is how we can use our communication tools that are in our midst to engage, to update each other, and actually enforce our students to go and engage with the learning management. Because once in the evening I can say, I have made announcement, then I will just put the link for LMS. Once they click the link, it directs them to the learning management, so they're able to check what's happening. And then now the good thing is we also have, as part of transformation, we also have the regional offices where students are able to, when they choose the time, they also look at, are they able to go to the campus to actually connect or to use the laptop, the computers which are at the regions to actually engage with the lecturers. And then this is just example of some of the content or how we engage with the students to check their availability and to know the kinds of gadgets which they use, and also look at the possible time or days when they will want to actually engage with us, and also the Wi-Fi to check if they have connectivity, so that when one set time, you are able to look at what do they have and how can you support them with the little that they have, because at some point it's not always the case where we are going to provide them with data, but with a minimum data that they have, how then do you engage or come on board without burdening them or depleting their data. So, and also this is one, to answer the question which I said, usually when I have class or before I can start a semester, I will usually say, how then can we support you? So if you can check, a common response will be sooner than later. Remember, this student, I have not yet communicated with the student, but already I know that whenever I see the communication from the students, this is the kind of communication that I will have. Whenever I see email, or for me to check or to spend a day without checking email, it means I'm depriving the students that right or that proposal which they said they need actually to understand. And also, one is just to, these are some of the technicalities which they will just save to say, these are some of the aspects which I will want them to be seen. And be consistent is, like, for example, number 12, if you can check, it says, be consistent in monitoring the learner performance. And we know that it's our daily it's on our job description. But because I have formed that committee to say, guys, even when I'm not going to constantly check, know that I have seen your communication, and I will try by all means to say, when I have time, I actually check how we are doing. And for if you can check on number 35, even the communication you can check. It's just a hi. I have never done this type of studying. It's something new, basically. Then I want to learn how can I go on board, because often, if you are a lecturer, you forget about the transformational to say our learners want a very, very simple minimum things to understand the content or the open distance education. And with that being said, you need to actually check, are they able to understand? Yes, they have registered, we know that they've used online, but now they go to a new or to a different system. Then how then do you ensure that you engage with them, and how then do you ensure that you enable them to understand the content and continue with studying with us through this minimum technology that we actually have or supply with them? These are also some of the examples which they have actually explained. I think, as I have said, I have explained some of the concepts. Basically, on the Africanization decoloniality, I attended the summer school in 2022, 2023, and even 2024. Just trying to make sure that I understand the ability to carry forward the Africanization in the education, to ensure that epistemologies which I apply in the education or in the module actually link together with what the university is and is looking for. And I often say Ubuntu, Boto, or humanization, which is coined with the UNISA vision, and also 150 years slogan which says we are reclaiming Africa's intellectual. We often say, when you are being professional, always remember that you need to apply the Ubuntu. You still need to maintain the Wotopil principle, where we say you are saving the community, which are your students, which are your learners, which are your team. And also, when you look at the transformation, we always say it also to ensure the inclusivity, diversity of cultures in teaching and learning, and ensuring that all the needs are looked for. And for example, if you can look here, it's when I have, on the lesson number 1, this is an example of the content that I will have. After recording a class, I will share the slides, share the recording and the transcripts to make sure that all the students with different enables are able to actually access the learning material or the class that we will have had. And also on the content, so I think this one, I will just go to the third point where I spoke about the creating the brotherness. Remember, if you look at the Ubuntu, Boto, and humanness, we say when you look at the students, if now I can get an email which says, dear colleagues or dear staff, it's unlikely for me to go and open the email. But if the email says, dear Mr. Masedi, automatically I feel like this person is communicating with me. So even when I communicate with students, I always try to say, dear sorry and sorry, based on their email. And if maybe it's not, if there is an announcement, I'll just say, dear team or dear family, so that they know that that's the concept which we said we have agreed on and we are going to use to make sure that we communicate on a daily basis. And also using the personalized question to alleviate the risk of AI. Okay. And then some of the example of the content engagement is when we, if you can check here, will like the number of viewers who will be in my class and also the attendance. I think here it's 264. And also here we'll have like 500 who will come and view. And out of 1.5 students, I will have, so plus minus 50% to 60% will be there to engage on the content or the class that we'll have on a weekly basis. As I'm going to, okay, I'll just quickly go to say, with this one, this is an example of the lessons which I have actually said to say, this is how I have said. The quiz is usually, I don't think we don't have quality assurance people here. It will always be the same in most cases, because it's all about where do you find, how many outcomes do we have in this module? How many assessments, so that students, before we can even have lessons, they're able to, they've already engaged with the content and they will have understood the content beforehand. So with the written, because obviously in communication, I'm of a view that for one to communicate, we need to look at the, Doctor, I apologize in advance, I know. Yeah, just 2 minutes for apology to be accepted. And then, yeah. Yeah, I'm just going to this one. And then these are just example of the platforms which we'll usually have. And then in summary, what I will say is in order to transform education for social justice as a teacher in higher education, one should have 3 loves. Love for learning, love for student support, and love for bringing the love for the first 2, which amount to student support through embracing transformational teaching and learning. And also as academic, you need to ensure that you are the frontier of knowledge and contribute to the advancement of lecturer and transform the next generation through teaching and learning on a daily basis. Because change is inevitable, but transformation is a choice. Thank you. Yes.
Colleagues, can we just make another round clap of hands again for Mr. Tabang as they are assisting us there. There are fewer points that I would like to extrapolate from them, from the poetic performance, from the poetic Pansula that directly connects with what Brother Tabama Sedi has done on the question of transforming education and understanding the challenges of contextualization. If you don't know where you are and you do not reflect on the questions of theory and the methodological approach, there are 2 things that you do as an educator. It's either you're an agent as you stand in front of the class of oppression or the agents of decolonization. As a young lecturer studying to work at UNISA, I remember going to one of the group discussions standing in front of the class. What is it that which I was teaching? I was teaching the study guides that was actually written by my seniors. So I had become an agent that passes a message, yet without any reflective analysis of what I'm teaching, until I met one of the most toughest students challenging me. Then I realized that I needed to go back to interrogate what it is that which I was actually transmitting. So it becomes very important as the poetic Pansulas were performing that they are reminding us of the context of where we are coming from townships as concentration centers, but at the same time, Pansula language and dance as a method of resistance. So it brings us to the question of interrogating our methodological approaches. Because of, we have to reflect on the context that we are coming from, that South Africa is a byproduct of the 3 series of cultural impositions of the Dutch, of the British, that's why I speak in English, and then of Afrikaner nationalism. So the feast that is on your program, it's about resistance method. How does that then speak to theory and to the question of the methodological approach? And in whose interest are we teaching? 1958, we are the byproducts of the dissertation of separate development by H.F. Verwoerd. So the educators are the most dangerous people. So we have got to always reflect and remember ourselves. And with those few words now, I'm going to be calling our next nominee presenter in the category of the Excellence Awards for the Student Support, which is Ms. Siposihle Gumede from the Department of History.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're all well. I will not greet you in all the 11 official languages because I think my colleagues have done a very good job at doing that. As the program director has already introduced me, my name is Sipho Esihle Pindile Gumede. I am not going to tell you where I come from, colleagues. I think because of time, I'll just get to it. I have the privilege of being nominated for the Excellence Award in Student Support for the work that I'm doing, currently engaged in my module, HSY 2601, Themes in 19th Century History, Power, and the Western World. I'm sure you are wondering, why is a black student or a black lecturer still engaged in the teaching of a module that promotes or teaches Western history? When I was attached to the module, I think the first thing was, how am I going to teach this? It's completely counterproductive, or I'd rather say it's one of those modules that we are trying to transform or rather get rid of. How does one teach Western history within the context of post-1994 in South Africa? That is when it dawned on me that the teaching of this kind of history requires one to reimagine what it would be like for an African child to take in Western history. The first thing I did was, of course, to look at student reviews and what they think about the history. And one of the things that I picked up is that students hated learning about the history of their oppressors. They didn't want to learn about what Napoleon did or what that white guy did in the middle of England. They wanted to find out, why is this relevant? Why do I have to keep learning about this? It was an opportunity for me then to, instead of throwing out the baby with the bathwater, as academics would say, I was then tasked with transforming the method in which I would engage the students. I had to change the paradigm in which I would look at this kind of history and use it as an opportunity to challenge Eurocentrism. And this is what grounds my strategy in teaching and supporting students. I would first like to say and reiterate that my teaching method is grounded on Ubuntu. I think my slides have gone ahead of me here. My teaching have gone ahead of, my teaching is grounded on the theory of Ubuntu, which speaks to student-centeredness, if you think, right? This is what we mean. It speaks to humanity, responsiveness, kindness, and gentleness. So, colleagues, allow me to reflect with you, why is it that this particular theme of student-centeredness or student support is important, especially as we talk or engage in the aspect of social justice. History, if it's not one of the few disciplines that is the study of injustice, if you think about it. I always tell my students that colonialism was violence. Imperialism was violence. So how do we articulate those aspects to students who are trying to understand their current disposition? Is if we present to them a narrative that allows them to interrogate the content that they are ingesting. In supporting and teaching my students, I always encourage them to look at their study guide as a material, as a source that was written by a person with their own biases and their own objectives. So students are tasked to then ask, why is this person presenting this aspect like this? As I've mentioned, my module is Themes in 19th Century History. The first theme is empire. I'll get to the slides, colleagues. The first theme is empire, then race, then industrialization, then it's liberal democracy and autocracy.
Those themes are strategically handpicked to reflect, or to rather present them with a particular narrative. Now, my task in teaching this module is to ask them, what is the significance of empire building? What does that mean in the African context? Then it clicked to a student that to an African child, empire building meant the advent of colonialism. When students are presented with that counter-hegemonic narrative, they are able to interpret their resources differently. So allow me to engage with you what I've aimed to do differently in my module. HSY 2601 is a very challenging module, and at first, it was under the most at-risk modules in the department. As a second-year module, I have the pleasure of having the majority of my students coming from the College of Education. So that means I'm actively involved in the teaching of future teachers. How do I enable them with an ability to see the important role that they're doing in being active citizens? How do I ensure that they understand that as they're going to join the workforce as educators, they also have the task of promoting social justice? So the space in which I find myself in my module, I focus on assessment-based learning. This is a move away from what I found to be done when I joined the module, that is context-based learning, as I noticed how students want to understand, how can I best perform, how can I advance in this module? So therefore, my teaching in this module has shifted to assessment-based learning that also allows students to engage with the material, at the same time engage with me as their lecturer. So this is the process that I had to undergo in trying to achieve all of this that I'm talking about. I first had to think about the transition I have to go through, right? At first I had to realize that that content-based approach in teaching this kind of material is not plausible, because it promotes Western history, it promotes Western philosophies. That is why I shifted from content-based approach to rather an assessment-based approach, as I've said. This meant that splitting my online engagement to be 50% assessment-based and 50% content-based. I found this to be important because then students come into the online engagement space already understanding that I have an opportunity to engage with my fellow peers and my lecturer on what I need to do in my assessment. As a result, I saw the need to sustain this method of student-centeredness, of focusing on assessments instead of reiterating the content that is in our study guides. Colleagues, I'm sure a lot of you will agree that our study guides in our modules have a lot of transformation to be done. We have a lot of work to do, especially in the Department of History. We should be leading the movement of transformation, but yet young academics like myself are tasked with the, task of teaching what they have, while at the same time trying to rethink how can they take the mantle forward to promoting academic transformation and Africanization and rewriting the history that was written to oppress. So I, as the lecturer, then use this method of transitioning to enhance student support through through continuous assessment, using various communication methods and channels, collaborating with support units like the student support retention unit, in order to maintain and to meet students' needs. Students need us to respond. Students need us to engage. If anything, distance learning is daunting to our students because it creates a wall, an invisible wall that whoever is teaching me, I cannot see them. So how do we bridge that gap, that distance that exists? And I've identified 2 distances that exist. First, the physical distance that exists with our students and between our students, and the cognitive distance with students having to try and make sense of the material. Thus, I've also found that my weekly engagement with students are not just about understanding the assessments, understanding the content, but they act as methods of emotional and interpersonal support. We know we are Africans, right? So these assessments have allowed me to shift from the European independent, individualized learning to allow a community of students to come into one room and learn together. As a result, they're able to support one another and they're able to be there for each other. Next, these engagements have allowed me to perform administrative and discipline-specific support by allowing students to reflect on the effect of plagiarism and academic dishonesty. What is it that these things are, and how is it that they can better avoid performing and doing, and plagiarizing their assignments? And then lastly, integrating support in the teaching space by working with teaching assistants such as e-tutors and so on. I'm going to speed along because my time is almost up. I'm also going to reflect on how these spaces are also helpful in fostering independent scholarship. Students are encouraged through these spaces to learn with each other, connect with the module, and connect the dots by reflecting on what has happened. Encourage critical thinking and also prepare students for scholarly writing. I think you might ask yourself, how do I prepare students to be scholars, to be future scholars? This is done through a summative assessment of a research assignment that they have to submit at the end of the semester. By engaging in conversations and in criticism of the study guide, students can see that being objective and having a voice is what a historian should always reflect. Next, leveraging on digital technology like online or recorded lectures that are made available for students to go and revisit and rewatch for their own learning developing. Supplying students with supplementary resources that counter the study guide that they are presented. I make it purposeful that I offer students the best of both, right? The study guide that supports Eurocentrism and material that counters that reading resource. And then finally, encourage peer learning that allows them to sit together. However, colleagues, we have challenges. We have challenges in the Department of History as well as my module because we see a lack of e-tutoring support, some bureaucratic hindrances because we have to wait for a certain period of time for some things to be approved. And also, we have the challenge of committing to social injustice by not giving the students what they need. And I think the aspect of student support speaks more to this commitment that my module reflects. How do I measure student support? I've measured student support by considering multiple types of assessments that have allowed students to better understand the learning content, improve students' engagement in the weekly online engagements, and also sustain the student support. Colleagues, I want to end with a conclusion that is not in my slides. The difficulties faced by students are also as a result of the limitations that are in the study guides. Student support is the most integral component of teaching and learning and can be demonstrated in various ways depending on what students' needs. For students in HSY 2601, the need was for engagements which are designed to support them through assessments. Secondly, another need was for assessments to be designed in such a way that is clearly stated and accessible. Thus, the assessments for this module were designed for learning. I want to stress that, colleagues. Assessments were designed for learning instead of learning. Responsiveness is the aspect of student support in this module. Thus, this responsiveness is achieved through student feedback in assessments, inquiries through constant updates through announcements. All have been adapted and applied in strategies for ensuring practical and effective student support for HSY 2601 and are grounded on the principle of Ubuntu. Thus, it is evident how student support is inextricably linked to all other values of UNISA, of the UNISA Charter. The following of what I've said, or rather, what I've said should demonstrate to you that this is an ongoing process that requires us to reflect back, but also look forward to what we need to do next. Thank you so much.
Sure. I wouldn't have known that in the context of UNISA that we have such passionate young educators. And I must congratulate the college management committee to help us to break the silos, because sometimes we talk a lot across the emails, but we are not hearing it, that maybe we need to be re-educated what it means to support the student. That maybe it's not about me, it's about how I facilitate learning. Sister Busi, I'm challenged. Thank you very much. Can we clap our hands again for Ms. Siposihle Gumet?
I come bearing gifts. Can you hear me? I'm bearing gifts. For a gift, I'd like you to reflect back on the two presentations we've had so far. We will get to you. I'll give you a quiz. First on Mr. Thabang Masedi's presentation. He spoke about his teaching philosophy and that he uses specific approaches to get to his students and ensure that they are fully supported within the context that they live and in the technology that they use. So, from the following three options, which one was not Mr. Masedi's teaching approach? A, student-centeredness. B, technology-based learning. Or C, connectivism. Which of the three was not a part of his philosophy? The gentleman over there, what was the answer? Yes, B is correct. A round of applause. And then with Ms. Gumete's presentation, teaching approach is like the thing of the day, ne? And with her, she spoke of transitioning. There are two approaches that she is in the middle of. And to transition to her student-centeredness, she has to move from this approach to this other approach. And there's centered somewhere there. Something-centered approach to something-centered approach. Who can give me that answer? Yes. We have someone who knows exactly. She had to shift. Yes, she had to transition.
She had to transition from student assessment-based learning to content-based learning.
Is that correct, ladies and gentlemen? Okay.
It's actually the reverse. It's the other way. So she had to move from the content-based to the assessment-based.
Ah, we have another winner, ladies and gentlemen.
Dr. Muloy, you can continue.
Thank you very much. It is yet another test that shows how difficult learning is, from the message that is being passed to how that message is received. But I think also what I'm learning for myself is that learning, it's two ways. It's not just about a funnel, boom, 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 ideas, but I'm not getting a response. And I'm beginning to think here in the context, Ausbusi, that how do we reevaluate our study guides for relearning in terms of the response that we are getting from the students? Sometimes, what do we do when teachers obstruct learning? So I feel personally challenged that it is not just about me passing a teaching, but it is what I gained after that as I go back and relook at the content and my teaching method. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And I'm going to now be moving to nominee presentation, Excellence Award for Student Support. And I'm going to be calling Mr. Curtis Ross Love from the Department of Philosophy, Practical and Systematic Theology. Welcome.
Greetings to everyone. Let me thank Prof. Hlabanga and her team for the excellent support we have received on this journey, and the adjudicators for the thoughtful feedback we have received on our submissions. Although, to be clear, I received feedback from Naifa and Tarello, but not from David. So the thanks extends 2/3 of the way. This is my top tip for presenting at a student award, is start by insulting the adjudicators. I'm so happy to share this platform with colleagues I know and respect, like Sis Kitsitso, Sis Pindile, Me Claudia, and Bra Tabang. Let us join together in a spirit of friendly competition against those other colleges and say with one voice, Abashwe. Sizonqoba. So I've structured my presentation today to try and tell the story of my module, Human Rights, Values, and Social Transformation. Can you hear me if I stand a little bit back? Is that okay? I've structured my presentation today to try to tell you the story of my module, Human Rights, Values, and Social Transformation, which I inherited at the end of 2022, along 4 basic storylines. What did I inherit? What questions did I ask? What did I prioritize? And what did I do? After walking you through this, I will end with some concluding reflections. The main challenge with discussing something like student support is that, at least in my view, it should be grounded in a robust and critical teaching philosophy, enacted through thoughtful and reflexive pedagogical postures and practices, rather than something that can be considered on its own terms, a kind of reified, separate thing from teaching and learning. Therefore, I will try to give you enough insight into my teaching philosophy and broader pedagogical practices to give you a sense of the values, the politics, and the ethics that shape my particular approach to student support. But I'll also try to describe in some detail what I actually do, so that the presentation is neither too philosophical nor too practical. So, what did I inherit? I inherited an elective module in the BA General, and it's important to note that it's elective, because elective influences how students relate to the module. in terms of how they think about what is core to their studies and what is periphery. Between 1,200 and 1,400 students per year, so about 600 to 700 per semester. I inherited a study guide from 2016. Although, to be fair, some of the parts were even older than that. I inherited an assessment plan with 2 file upload formative assessments, which is basically, historically would be essays, and a take-home exam, which confusingly, if you're not from UNISA, is an online invigilated exam. I also inherited load shedding. But I was not alone in that, as we all inherited that. And if you remember back to 2023, it was the worst on record, huh? Stage 6 was our friend that year. I also inherited Moodle, which was very unstable. Again, I was not alone, we all inherited that. But if you cast your mind back, there were outages every week, sometimes multiple outages a week. There was also unreliable communications. It was not uncommon for my students to receive announcements and quick mails 1 to 10 days after I sent them. So that should give you some sense of what I inherited. But what questions was I asking at the time? Some of which I continue to ask today. This first question is rooted in an institutional mandate to move all of our modules online. But I saw in this mandate some space to think through some of the transformation questions my colleagues Pratabang and Sispindile have been talking about. So the first question I asked is, how can I begin moving towards the 2030 goal of all modules being online? The second question, how can I keep the curriculum breathing and responsive within the constraints of what I've inherited? One of the things I noticed about the study guide was that it seemed to embody a set of values and assumptions about human rights that was dominant in South Africa the first 10, 15 years post-1994, but didn't include some of the problematizing and questions we've raised around these questions. Musisu's trying to get hold of you, Baba. I just hung up, he's gone. Perhaps he heard I was talking and he said, no, I must get in. And so, Sanbonani? Oh, he's gone. All right. Just to be clear, it's not my laptop, so I can't just... And so it didn't include some of the more critical questions that have been raised in South Africa in the last particularly 5 and 10 years, and which are now in our open public discourses around questions of human rights, as MK has articulated it, Roman Dutch law, and other associated questions. The third question, how can I use the technologies available, especially post-COVID, to engage and support my students? So many interesting experiments took place during COVID, and I was primarily interested in how I could use those technologies for engagement and support. And the fourth question, how can I, or can I, is it even possible, to resist and subvert the alienating and dehumanizing forces that underpin industrialized forms of education, of which UNISA, as a distance mega university, is an heir. We are an heir of an industrialized form of education, which for me has inherent alienating and dehumanizing forces baked in. So before turning to the third storyline of my module, what did I prioritize? It is worth briefly introducing my teaching philosophy, which I would describe today as critical digital pedagogy, which was important not only in shaping my priorities, but also in how I went about enacting them. The definition I'll use today comes from Stommel and Morris, who edited a collection of scholars grappling with the meaning of critical digital pedagogy across the globe. They understandably start by defining critical pedagogy, the mother of critical digital pedagogy, as an approach to teaching and learning predicated on fostering agency. And this is a key word in critical pedagogy, agency. Oppression is the restriction, the denial, the infringement, and sometimes even the annihilation of agency. And so critical pedagogy is about fostering agency and empowering learners. Of course, empowering has become a sort of dead and wooden term in South Africa post-94. But if you look at the root, power, and M, the prefix to intensify power, it's to intensify the power within which students and the network of relationships within which they exist, to intensify that power. Critical pedagogy also implicitly and explicitly critiques oppressive power structures. So it's very sensitive to power and power structures. In this collection, the authors go on to describe critical digital pedagogy as a movement that wonders at the extent to which critical pedagogy translates into digital space. And I love that word wonders, because it's an open question. For me, it's an open question. I'm not sure to what degree critical pedagogy translates into digital space, but I want to join this movement and wonder with them to what degree that is possible. In the context of South Africa, this definition would need to be expanded to name this digital space as a racialized, gendered space, underpinned by religio-cultural and socio-economic hegemony and inequality, which is all just a fancy way to try and describe how power structures are organized in South African society, whether in material space or digital space. While there's much I could say about critical digital pedagogy, let me focus on two postures that are very important in how we think about teaching and learning from this perspective. From module design to facilitation, assessment to student support, and everything in between, digital critical pedagogy sees teaching and learning as conversation and co-creation. Of course, conversation and co-creation in teaching and learning are not unique to critical digital pedagogy. Other social theories of learning embrace these postures, but there is an important political and ethical dimension in critical digital pedagogy that distinguishes it from other social learning theories. Simply put, in critical digital pedagogy, the humanization of education is both the frame of reference and the aim of teaching and learning, in which we seek not only better learning, but also better people, better communities, and a better world. As an educational philosophy and practice, critical digital pedagogy, like its mother, critical pedagogy, opposes and resists authoritarianism, both in a political and a pedagogical sense. What is important to note in my presentation today is that the democratic and anti-authoritarian design of my student support is rooted in democratic and anti-authoritarian politics, what some of us might call decolonial politics. One way that critical digital pedagogy expresses what I've just outlined in perhaps a more provocative way is through an axiom that has shaped my own teaching and learning journey that I'd like to share with you today. A course or a module is a conversation, not a static reservoir or a receptacle for content. And I know I'm echoing many of the sentiments my colleagues have already shared. Take a moment to think about your own experience as a student or your experience currently as a teacher. How many of your courses are treated as a static reservoir or receptacle for content? And for those of you who are teachers, what would it mean to begin moving your module from content to conversation? And it sounds like a simple play on words, but it's really revolutionary if you think about the implications of it. So now that you have some sense of my teaching philosophy, which is characterized by a posture of power-sensitive conversation and co-creation, let's return to the third storyline of my module. From what I inherited and the questions I was asking, what did I prioritize? Sometimes listening to my colleagues speaking, I'm saying, yeah, I haven't done that, I need to do that, that needs to be. There's a million things we could do. My favorite joke in-house in our department is that Eunice's slogan should be everything, everywhere, all at once. So we have to prioritize. We are finite, limited beings. We have to develop priorities. But what did I prioritize? I prioritized moving online, developing online units. And this was key in trying to breathe some life into the module and try to problematize some of the assumptions that I found in the study guide. Secondly, simplifying communication, building a reliable, direct line of communication between myself and students. Thirdly, renewing curriculum, piloting new materials, case studies, and conversational pedagogies. And again, all of this was underpinned by this drive for a humanizing pedagogy, shifting the module from content to conversation and co-creation. If any of you are preachers, there's 3 C's there. Huh? If you can do that, you have arrived. So those were my priorities, but what did I actually do? So I began developing these online conversational and co-creative units. One example was the question of the relationship between the human dignity and human rights is obviously key in human rights discourses. But I tried to think, how do we make this conversational? So I invited students to interview 1 or 2 people in their network of relationships to ask them 2 questions. Do humans have inherent dignity? And if so, what is the basis of that dignity? Where does it lie? Why are we worthy of dignity in ways that other creatures or entities are not? Students were then given the opportunity to submit their best answers in a Microsoft form. I then read through all those responses and selected a variety of responses that raised interesting points, questions, problems, challenges, insights to this question of human dignity. The students' responses formed the basis of that part of my first lecture around the question of human dignity. And so the students were not only shaping the form of the module, but also the content. They set the agenda for how we went about addressing that question. I experimented with WhatsApp at the heart of a conversational and co-creative pedagogy and student support ecosystem. I introduced 2-hour lectures after units 3, 6, and 9, so 3 in the semester. And I kept asking myself, how can I make this module more conversational and co-creative? So I want to focus on the second thing that I highlighted there, which is making WhatsApp the heart of a conversational student support ecosystem. And I want to focus on this because I believe it's the main contribution to students reporting strongly in module feedback surveys that they have felt supported through this module. So why WhatsApp? 4 reasons. Firstly, its ubiquity. It's everywhere. And in my full submission for the awards, I present the data to show that we can work from the informed assumption that our students have access to a smartphone as the device most frequently used by South Africans to access the internet, and access to WhatsApp, which is the most popular social media app in South Africa. Stability, and this is somewhat ironic, but because of the backing of a tech monopoly like Meta and the financial motivation to monetize our data, WhatsApp enjoys the widest possible range of support, compatibility, and development arguably of any app in the world, something no single institution or collective of institutions could ever provide. So I realize the irony there. Huh? Reliability. I can't think of a time when WhatsApp was down. I don't know if you can, but I can't think of a time when WhatsApp was down or not working, which was key for us when our systems were down. If you sending out an announcement that takes 5 days and the exam is tomorrow, it's a problem, huh? And fourthly, flexibility. You can communicate with one another even in large groups, like my module, in a way that balances flexibility and simplicity and ease of use. Again, this is not easy to achieve with in-house app development. So we're using a technology of global capital against itself, or are we? That's the question. Just want to do a time check, 5 minutes, thank you. As a quick aside, all this is great, but how many students actually joined the WhatsApp group? Because it depends on that. So the last semester, I had 679 students enrolled, 626 joined the group, about 92%. What about the other 8%? Anything critical, I still post as an announcement, so that those who choose not to or don't or never visit the module site ever, and then address me before the exams as "Dear Sir, Madam," they can also get access to it. If only students knew how that betrays that they've shown no interest in the course when they email you as "Dear Sir, Madam." All right, so let's jump into this. 4 channels of conversation in WhatsApp. The first channel of conversation is that of group announcements. This is basically where I post an announcement, and what I have in parentheses, in brackets there, is how students can interact with these announcements. It could include a range of matters: submission reminders, system errors, university events, upcoming lecture details, interesting articles. And the strength of this channel in WhatsApp is that it doesn't require students to open the Moodle app or log into their email. Whether they're working, taking care of children, commuting, or doing household chores, hustling, they can still have a sense of what is going on in the module and not miss any critical time-sensitive communications. The second strength, and Bratabang alluded to this, you could put the direct links into WhatsApp. Think about how you read your emails. If you get an email and you have to go log into a secondary thing, you're never going to do it. WhatsApp reduces that friction and allows students to go straight to the source of whatever you're communicating to them. The primary way students interact is through reactions. Reactions are those little emojis at the bottom, that they can click to any announcement I give. A post that receives a mix of hearts and angry swearing faces might need to be probed to find out why students have such different experiences of that particular announcement. Of course, the level of participation and conversation is limited, but it does allow me to get a sense of student experience and perspective. The second channel of communication on WhatsApp is polls. These are very important to me because they allow me to have a slightly deeper conversation with students than general announcements. They can very quickly give me some insight into students' experiences, perspectives, needs, and struggles. And the limitation obviously lies in the power dynamics of I create the options for the polls, which obviously shapes how students can express themselves. When I was preparing for the submission, I identified sort of 3 types of polls that I used, and I'll just go through them. Emotional state, helping students to locate others who are having a similar emotional experience to them, and those who are having a different experience, how people are experiencing particular stress points in a module, and finally, shaping the module. We ran particular workshop that came from students. I ran a poll. 226 of them said yes, please. Only 1 said no, thanks. And that was, student definitely used ChatGPT in their exam. I don't know, maybe not. The third channel, open group discussion. And so the group is set by default on closed, but occasionally, particularly at the beginning and the end of the module and at stress points in the module, we open it up and have an open conversation. And I go into that space knowing any question that a student asks, there's a portion of other students who have the exact same question. So by answering it, I'm answering a portion of my students who maybe didn't have the courage or weren't available to ask that question. And this is most conversational when we think about this idea of a conversation. The limit of this channel is that it is synchronous, meaning the student has to be available at a certain time. But even if they're not available at that time, they can come back later and review the conversation that we did have in the WhatsApp group. And obviously, direct messages one-to-one. This is important for issues that are sensitive, issues that are complex, issues that require a direct response. And I love it. I don't know if you have this experience with emails. Each time you get an email from a student, it feels like you're starting from scratch. You have no context of who the student is, whether you've spoken to them before. In WhatsApp, you have these threads of conversation. And I go back and I say, oh, what happened with this? I get the student's name, so I'm not saying dear student. That was the biggest culture shock when I joined UNISA, was this colleagues, dear colleagues, or dear colleague. So trying to name students, and that's a very powerful way of organizing the history of the conversation you've had with the student. And so it allows for some continuity in getting to know your students. The major limitation is time consuming. All right. Let me conclude. My hope today is not to convince anyone to use WhatsApp or reproduce any part of what I presented, but rather my hope is to serve as a catalyst for our shared and ongoing learning. Let me leave you with the two questions that have emerged for me on this journey that I hope we can explore together. Can anything even mildly approximating social justice be realized without a critical, conversational, and co-creative approach to education, animating it? And how can we continue developing together a situated critical response to the dehumanizing and degrading logics endemic in industrialized forms of education? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to Mr. Love for that lovely presentation. Before we continue, can I just ask, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, that we do switch our cell phones off or we put them on silent, please? We are getting a number of disturbances because of that. Humbly requesting. Thank you, Mr. Love, once again. I think through your presentation on using WhatsApp as a means of humanizing the teaching and learning experience was very profound. And I think many of us do try to avoid the possibility of WhatsApp because of the casualness of it all, that we feel, you know, students will have way too much access to us. But now the thing is, in thinking of humanizing our teaching and learning and our approaches, the challenge is that we also have to come down and become humans. And then students must see us as humans in our casualness, right? And not see us as these other figures that exist on the other side of a screen, you know, on a distant location that is elusive somewhere. They need to see us, right? So I think it is really an important way or a challenge to us to say, are we really doing that? Are we really bringing ourselves down from this inherited position of being above or superior, to our students? We inherited this, like he said, and I think inheritance was an important issue that he touched on. So thank you very much for challenging us on that. Up next. Are you still there? Are you still there, nominees? Up next, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call on the next nominee on the Excellence Award for Student Support, Ms. Kitsiso Siete from the Department of Communication Science.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I would have liked to greet you in all the languages, but I'm told they've taken 5 minutes of my time because I'm told that when you speak in the language that somebody understands, it goes to their head. But when you speak in their language, it goes to their heart. And today I wish what I'm about to say to go to your heart, because student support is a very personal matter. There is no measure of how much you support your student. It has to come from within. With teaching and learning, they can be signed off. They can look at the statistics, who's passing, who's failing. Sorry. But when it comes to student support, it is matters of the heart. So I'm here today hoping that I speak to your heart, hoping that I give perception. I teach communication sciences, and what we do in communication sciences, we sell perception. So the perception that you have today about student support is going to speak to my profession as a communication specialist. Because if I fail to convince you that student support is important, then I've not done my job. Because I teach perceptions for a living. It doesn't matter what bent is it. It doesn't matter what you're doing in your organization. The perception that people have is what is important. So my presentation is going to be a little bit different from those of my colleagues because I'm here to tell a story. I'm here to come and tell a story of an African child. It is not showing. Okay, thank you. Sorry, colleagues, I have flu, but I'll try. So I like to refer to myself as a Kasi intellect. And not because I'm intelligent, though I aspire to be, or because I was born in a township, but I acknowledge how difficult it is to get out of a township. Townships are what Africa is. In township, there are inequalities, exclusion is there, and you see it. In township, diversity is there. And townships are what Africa is. In a township, you don't need to go to town to see a Lamborghini. Your neighbor will have a Lamborghini. In a township, you will have lone houses and squatter camp just a distance away. So you are exposed to all of these things, and this is what Africa is. In Africa, we are exposed to all of these opportunities that are there. But do we have access to them? Are we included to them? And today, I'm also here to say to you that UNISA is Africa. We have all of these nice things. I always brag to some of my friends to say, when it comes to online teaching, UNISA, we are the best. We have everything. But do students have access to all of these things? So my teaching's philosophy is based on, we cannot reclaim Africa's intellectual futures without Africa. To claim the African future, we need Africa to be part of it. And we need to include Africa in reclaiming this Africa's intellectual futures. So my approach seeks to foster inclusivity, promote equity, create collaboration, and empower the students and to embrace the diversity of Africa. Therefore, my approach to open distance learning, it is informed by the connectivism learning theory, which looks at how important to include students in what you are teaching. Connectivism is student-centered. It speaks about knowing the needs of your students in order to use techniques that are important. So this approach talks about whatever that you teach, how you teach what you are teaching is based on the student that you are having. And I always say that my teaching strategies are different because it depends on the students that I'm teaching. If I get to the students and the first class I could hear that here I'm having the 2000, then my approach is different. Pop culture is involved. When I teach communication, TikTok is there. Algorithms are there because this is what they've been exposed to. So we don't teach. As a teacher, you need to be flexible. You need to be able to amend your teaching according to who are you teaching. Why do I teach? A decade ago, this was me. I still had the voice. I still had the mic. The only thing that I needed was the opportunity. And today you are looking at me here on stage because of the opportunity that I got. This is one of the schools that some of you might not even know. It is in some township that some of you guys might not even know. And I'm very glad because the past 2 days, the past 2 weeks, we had an opportunity to go on the language festival. And I saw that I was not an exception. African kids have the talent. They have the ability. The only thing that they need is opportunity. And opportunity is what student support gets. Because modules are there. UNISA is there. UNISA is standing. But for somebody to be able to access that, it is between you and I. Because there's no professor that is going to tell you that use WhatsApp. Colleagues will even tell you that there's no UNISA WhatsApp. Why should I do that? Colleagues will tell you that at 4 I need to walk. That's why I said today I'm not here to come and speak to your profession. I'm not here to come and speak to your minds. I'm not here to come and speak to your qualification. But I'm here to speak to your heart. Think of an African child. Who do we teach, colleagues? We teach students that will tell you at 6, ma'am, I'm on my way, I'm coming from work, rushing from work. We teach students that are affected by load shedding. We are teaching the very same students that are living in squatter camps, that do not have connections. That is who we are teaching. We are teaching students that are very diverse. I always say that it is impossible to teach in one class in all the languages, but allow every student to talk in whatever language they want to. If you don't know how to interpret it, to translate it, ask somebody to do it for you. Because that instills confidence in an African child. Because sometimes even the English itself is a problem. And I always say that whatever that you do, if there's no student participation, colleagues, you are wasting your time. And student support works to that. Student support speaks to that. How do you enhance participation in class? So these are some of the things that some of the challenges that students are faced with. So what I do usually in my class is that after the first learning unit, I would have a survey. The survey is given to student. So because I would not want to ask a question that comes directly to say, do you want to learn online, or do you want a pre-recorded lesson, or do you want live lessons? Because even somebody that never comes to class will just say pre-recorded and never even look at that. So what I would do is I would have 3 classes, pre-recorded and 2 live classes. And then I'll post the links to those classes. After those 3 classes, I would ask, which one did you understand the most? So if you didn't understand when it was a pre-recorded, it means it's not working for a lot of students because either they couldn't access it or they couldn't understand it. So this is what I would use. What is it? What are the challenges? We've had 3 classes. From the 3 classes that we've had, how many have you been able to attend? What are the challenges? And whatever that comes from that survey, that is what guides what happens throughout the semester. What do I teach? I teach a responsive curriculum. Communication is one of the fields that are changing. A decade ago, we were told about marketing in televisions and radio stations. Today, there's nothing like that. Today, organizations go to TikTok. So if my curriculum still speaks about the radio station and all of these things, what I'm producing, I always say to my student, what I produce is the ability to be the best communication specialist they can ever be. I'm not producing fellow professors like myself. I don't want you guys to be teachers. I want you to go to the field and see. That's how we see if what we are doing is perfect. Because if whatever that we are teaching, all of our students are going to be lecturers as well. What is it that we are doing? What is it that we are putting into the industry? So what I teach is a responsible curriculum. What you see there, it was what was happening in Kuro the last few months. And the question that then came was to say, they had to read this article and they had to talk about why is it important to Africanize bad publicity? What is it that you can do to deal with bad publicity? So I didn't come to class and say, explain bad publicity, explain what Africanization is. But I had to bring them in a context to say, here are kids that are being given careers. And whatever that these kids are showing is the reality of our day-to-day life. Why is this so wrong? And that is when it came to say, you need to be at the position to understand our past as African, what happened. That is exactly what we mean when we are looking at Africanizing publicity. So it's always bringing all of these things to the student and say, what is happening? If I'm going to get there and I'm teaching classical conditioning, it is classical conditioning. We'll talk about what the textbook says, but usually, back in the days, we were told that classical conditioning is the association of a stimuli and a response. And when you bring it to communication, it talks about how now people would associate a certain person to your brand, and now you use that person to promote whatever that you are saying. But these days, we've got what we call cancel culture, which these students are exposed to say, why is Tabang being cancelled by Vodacom for beating his wife? He's not selling his lifestyle, he's selling Vodacom. And they will say, no, ma'am, because they know that people will think that Vodacom is supporting what he did. And I said, that is what classical conditioning is. And they know what classical conditioning is. If you're speaking about the learning theories and you tell them, why are all of these influencers now selling as stuff and whatnot? Like, no, ma'am, they know because we support these influencers will eventually buy into that. That is what learning theory is. And that is what a responsive curriculum gets in. I am not changing anything. There is no theory that has been added to my module, but how I teach it is different because of the cohort that we are having. We are having a cohort that spend time on TikTok, that is there on Twitter. Sorry, that is there on Twitter. None of these people are, if I'm going to talk about an advertisement that comes after Skip Some, they'll tell you, ma'am, we catch up. I watch Skip Some on YouTube, or I watch it in the morning when I prepare for work. And how do I teach? Now, based on the surveys that we're having, it's always important to give as many options as possible to all of these students. It is not a one-size-fits-all, and that is the reason why I have all of these things. The module is strictly online, so everything is done online. So it's very technology enhanced. Everything happens. We do not have a study guide that we give to students. They don't meet me anywhere in some of these walls. So everything is online. But what I would then do is in learning, because I understand also, I was one of the students that, if you don't catch me when you start speaking, you will never catch me. My concentration will come when the class begins. If you lose me when the class begins, you've lost me throughout the lesson. So what I would then do is active learning. If today this is what we are going to talk about, if today we're talking about theories and we're looking at classical conditioning, we'll start with an example. We'll start with saying, what do you guys think about this theory? What is happening? And that on its own, then what does it do? It then allows us to have a conversation in class. It allows us to have class discussions in class. Also, inquiry-based learning, starting with a question, colleagues. It's very important to see what is it that they're thinking. I always say that I don't think I'm teaching empty students. And this is one of the things that connectivism approach talks about, is that you need to acknowledge the knowledge that exists outside the universities. Sometimes we are like this, colleagues. You don't want to hear anything else. This is what we are talking about. When a student comes with an example, you say, did you check the textbook? What is the textbook saying? One thing that we need to know, if we are going to decolonize education, that we need to acknowledge the power that Africans have. We need to acknowledge the knowledge that our students are having. We need to be at the point where we include students. I always say to some of my colleagues that decolonizing education is very good. Let us study, let us research and write papers and have theories that are African. But inclusivity has to be at the top. That is what decolonizing education is. Do everybody have access to this education that we are trying so hard to decolonize? Will people have access, and will they be able to see all of these African theories that we are coming into? And colleagues, that is where student support comes in. How do my learners learn? Learners learn in many ways. That's why I said I had two. I have pre-recorded lessons, and I also have live lessons. So some of these things is to give students a chance to say, whichever one works for you. I always say to my students, I will find you. I will find you. You are at work at 6 when I have class. I'll find you. So I will have recording links for all of these classes that I'm having. On my SharePoint, there are transcripts of that lesson. There are PowerPoints of that lesson. So even if you say to me, ma'am, I don't have data to look at, I will say, look, when you pass at McDonald's, there's 20 megabytes that they are offering there. Please stand there for a minute, download the PowerPoint for the class. Read it on your way. When we get into class, we'll do a recap. So it's given all of these options because we understand the challenges that we have as Africans. And you can't have 10 classes in a day. But I'll say to them, if you are not able to come to my class at 6 o'clock, you've got the transcripts of the lesson. You have the recording link of the lesson. You also have, what I also have is I would have discussion forums. If there was something that we were discussing in class, I'll put it in the discussion forum. And now, what is great is that now it puts, a sense of community in the class. Because 10 minutes, oh my goodness. It puts the sense of community in the class because you can see what is it that I had said. Somebody comes in, and it's very great because you will see how students are able, because I always say that if you say someone is wrong, justify. And all of this thing is visible to all of the students. So they will all get into that with their A game, justifying that. Facilitating student support. When we are asked about having codes, and I said my code is compassion is the true reflection of your passion for teaching. Colleagues, if you don't have compassion, you don't have passion for teaching. Perhaps you're a research professor, but compassion has to be there. There should be a seed that is planted in your heart as a teacher. That is your passion for teaching, compassion. If you are not compassionate when a student tells you that, ma'am, I couldn't come to class because I was at work, and you say, I'm also working. If you cannot be passionate, if 90% of your class tells you, ma'am, we are working, we can't come to class at 1 o'clock, and you said, my UNISA ends at 4. At 4, I knock off. Then you need to reconsider, because compassion is at the core. We are not teaching to just impart knowledge as Africans, but because we are trying so hard to decolonize this education system. We are trying so hard to become the change, to become the Africa that we envision. And change does not come easy. It comes with sacrifices. Change will come with your 6 o'clock, your 5 o'clock in the afternoon. That is what change is. And if we are going to look for change, this is what we need to do. The role of communication in facilitating of student support. I do communication, and I think in whatever that we do, colleagues, when you do research, you also want to update it back, just so you look smart. You just want to go back and look at what is it that your field of study says about it. So what also that I was looking at is the role of communication in the facilitation of student support. Colleagues, you can have all of these mechanisms, but communication is very important. The what, the how, where, it's all of these things that you are saying you are promoting to students. Where are they? How do you communicate all of these things to your students? How do students know that there's us for disabilities? How do your students know that you can actually borrow books? And when I was doing my master's, so my master's was also looking at the role of communication as crisis communication during the COVID-19 pandemic. And when you were speaking to these students, you would hear that some of the students did not even know that you can actually borrow a book from the comfort of your own house. Some of the students does not know of some of these mechanisms that the universities are offering. So these are some of the things that you need to think about. To say, I have all of these things that I'm saying is student support, but do my student know about all of these things? In terms of emotional, psychosocial, and administrative student support, when you come to my module side, before you even get to the context of my module, you will get all of these things, getting started with UNISA, support that UNISA gets. There are links to the library. What is it that our students doing? So all of this information is also given to the students. Pop culture in teaching and learning, colleagues. As I had said when I began that, it's very important to understand the people that you are teaching. And one thing that I've realized is that one of the things that enhance student participation is actually pop culture. The WhatsApp group, it creates a sense of community. The use of humor. In my class, we laugh. In my class, when they would call me ma'am, but I'll say, Shebatung. And the whole class will just laugh. And that makes them to be aware, to know that there's actually a person at the other side of the screen. It makes it easier to come to me and say, look, I have 1, 2, 3, 4 about my life. Because I am putting it there to them to say, I'm also human. I can also laugh. And one other thing is, I always say to my colleagues is that, have you seen how tired we are when we leave UNISA at 4 o'clock and you still have a research to do? Imagine if you leave UNISA at 4 o'clock and you get to a lecture wall and you get to a Teams meeting and the lecturer says, good morning, students. Today we are going to... How will you feel? As tired as you are. After sitting here with presentations in UNISA and all of these things, now you go back, you have class, and this is what is happening. So, colleagues, this is one other thing that's talked about pop culture. And these are some of the scholars that talked about how WhatsApp can actually improve the community in the class and interaction. So with my WhatsApp, I will explain my WhatsApp. I see colleagues don't like WhatsApp. So, facilitation, I have all of these strategies that I use. But all of these strategies are all in teams. So when you get to my Teams, you get my UNISA is there. There's a link to my UNISA there. At the bottom, you'll find a link that says to my UNISA, that goes to the WhatsApp group, that goes to all of these things, the recording and everything. So we have what we call a Teams classroom. When you get to my Teams classroom, you know everything that is happening in my module. So you don't have to say, ma'am, I'm on Teams classroom, but I don't know where the WhatsApp is. When you get to the Teams classroom, you have all of these things. Now they're integrated into one thing. Now, we've got an announcement, which I use for my Moodle and my WhatsApp. So whatever that I write in Moodle, I take it to WhatsApp to say, if you didn't see it this side, see it this side. If you are not on the WhatsApp group, it is still there on my Moodle. We have lessons on Microsoft Teams and PowerPoint, and also I have spoken about the Microsoft Forms as well as Flipgrid. The difference between the usage of the Flipgrid is that with Flipgrid, now they can do videos. So you could see that, oh, that table that was not answering me in class yesterday, this is the table. You understand? So it puts faces to the names. I always say, colleagues, you should never look at your student as statistics. As it stands here, I had about 1,000-something students, and I have a 90% pass rate. Statistically, that is very good. But when you look at it, it means I have about over 100 students that have failed. Those are more than 100 households. Those are 100 Africans who carry the dream, who are going to be there to help us in this fight that we are having. So if you don't look at students in the lens of statistics, then you would realize why is it important to ensure that no student is left behind. So I have said that everything is there on Microsoft Teams, the online classes, the SharePoint, the surveys, the study material, as well as the transcripts and the presentation slides. The PowerPoint, I use it for pre-recorded and the preparation of my presentation slides. WhatsApp. Now, I will speak about my WhatsApp. What happened in my WhatsApp is that I log my WhatsApp because I always want to make sure that we do not have an influx of messages coming in. So when you get into my WhatsApp, what you are going to find is that you are going to find my announcement. Do student, please note. Dear student, please note. And what my student can then use is they can make use of reactions, right? What would happen is that once in a while, I recently did it before exams, and I opened the WhatsApp, like, how do you feel? And we started joking around, and one student really touched me. He was like, ma'am, I was really freaking out. Now I've come down because they were able to send stickers. But what I then do is that throughout the semester, I will log the WhatsApp. And my WhatsApp also have an automatic reply. By the way, it's not my personal WhatsApp. I did another WhatsApp. So what my WhatsApp would then have is it has an automatic response that even if you send me a personal message, it's going to tell you, please send me an email including your student number, your name, all the details. We will come back to you in 48 hours or 24 hours at most. So that is what the WhatsApp does now. Is I told my student that we are using this as an announcement platform. So students are there to also have WhatsApp links and reactions. So this is what I said, is that WhatsApp is very easy. It has a control engagement. You decide whether they can speak or not. In terms of quality assurance, colleagues, my time, in terms of quality assurance, it's very standard. I always make sure that my module, whatever that I'm doing, because also as a young academic, you will say, is this question really appropriate? You know, there are moments where you ask yourself, am I doing the right thing? So always following the right procedures of quality assurance. Guarding against the unethical use of ChatGPT. One of the most problems that we are having as academics right now is ChatGPT. And I said, while all heads are still in the table and we're still trying to find ways of how do we deal with this whole ChatGPT and all of these things, what mechanism do we put in place? What do I do in the meantime? So what I then did in the meantime is that I always make sure that in all the questions, I use African case studies. So I'll give them a case study. So I have moved entirely from the discuss what is publicity, discuss what publicity is, what is Africanizing. Like I have showed you now with the Kuro incident, is that it happens today, tomorrow is in the exam. And I said, what is happening in Kuro? Why do you think people are doing this in Kuro? What is the role of Africanization and what is happening in Kuro? Which means that the students will then have to do whatever, even if they go to ChatGPT, fine, but they will then have to come and contextualize what they've read. Because I think what is more important in academia is the ability to contextualize what you have read. As I said, colleagues, I'm done. We cannot reclaim Africa's intellectual futures without Africa. Therefore, we strive for an inclusive and constructive teaching and learning environment of Africa. And colleagues, this is only possible through effective student support strategies and compassion. Remember, compassion is the true reflection of your passion for teaching. I thank you.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the teacher has spoken. Eh? Yeah, the teacher has spoken. When a teacher is on the podium, you can tell, I know the teacher is speaking now. She said she's not speaking to our minds, she's not speaking to our qualifications, she's not speaking. What was she speaking to? And have your hearts been spoken to this afternoon? I think we are really reinvigorated by your presentation, Ms. Siete. It was really, really... Yeah, we found ourselves shaking in our boots because we're wondering, hey, are we bringing as much passion, to the work that we are doing? I'm going to ask a question again for a gift. Fill in the missing word. Ne? You know, the first one was multiple choice. Now we're doing fill in the missing word. I'm giving you like baby questions, like kindergarten questions. Is the true reflection of your passion for teaching? What is the answer?
The answer is compassion.
Compassion, thank you. So we have another winner of a gift. Compassion is the true reflection of your passion for teaching. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, we've got the final. There we go. There's the gift. So we've got the final presentation before we head into our Q&A. Before we head into our Q&A, I already saw a hand earlier on when Mr. Maseri was presenting. So I think a lot of you might be aching to ask questions to the to the nominees today. Please help me welcome another nominee in the same category, Excellence Award for Student Support, Ms. Claudia Frattini from the Department of English Studies.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think after that arousing and moving presentation, I think if we can all just stand up and just shake our legs a little bit and take some deep breaths so that we can recollect our senses. Stretch up, there we go. Deep breaths in and out, let's stretch. Great. Well, it's quite daunting being the last person to present. One really doesn't know, are you going to put everybody to sleep? Maybe I should just throw in the towel right now and leave and go home. But no. Thank you, everybody, and I'm here, yes, I'm going to speak about teaching and learning, and I'm going to speak about student support. I'm going to touch on a lot of things that my colleagues have said before, or have said in the course of this, of this festival. So yes, I'll be looking at teaching and learning philosophy and pedagogical theory. Learning philosophy that I use is a collaborative, constructive, as foundation to a community of inquiry, and my pedagogical model is obviously the community of inquiry framework for student support that looks at the three major presences: social, cognitive, teaching, and teaching presence. We're also going to look at student support in action, but if I do run out of time, I will stop in medias res so that you're not here until 10 o'clock tonight. So, if we look at teaching and learning philosophy and pedagogy, I am from English studies, so we love quotes and we love looking at quotes. So obviously I start off with a quote from Plutarch. "For the mind does not require filling like a bottle, but rather like wood. It only requires kindling to create in it an impulse independently and an ardent desire for truth." What does that mean? What does it mean? This quotation from Plutarch. Sorry, I'm old school. This quotation from Plutarch that dates back to 46 CE recalls Socrates, 470 CE, 399 CE, and his thoughts on education, the founding philosophies of education on which we build in the 21st century. What I find interesting, how educational philosophies that are millennia old, relegated to the dusty corners of classical libraries, resurface to reveal the truth behind what we are trying to accomplish in ODEL education. What we are trying to accomplish in a country where the filling of bottles is often prized over the creation of independent thinkers in the pursuit of truth. I've been fortunate enough to be the primary lecturer of a remarkable course that looks at critical reading, thinking, and writing, and to add to it in the digital age. It is most inappropriately called the English language in context. But what we actually do is nothing of the sorts. Predominantly an applied English language module, the course presented suitable wood, to quote Plutarch, to ignite the fire in students to become independent thinkers and ardent seekers of truth. This was accomplished through the adoption of a collaborative, constructivist philosophy applied within the pedagogical model of a community of inquiry framework. The success of the students rests not only in the selection of a course thematic that speaks to their reality and their world, but also on the benefit that student support is key to academic success. So here we go with another quote. Learning is not a spectator sport. Students do not learn much just by sitting in class or sitting in front of a screen, listening to a teacher, memorizing packaged assignments, the study guide, and spitting out answers. They must talk about what they are learning about, write about it, relate it to past experiences, apply it to their daily lives. They must make what they learn part of themselves. And this is a very old quote that goes right back to 1987. So, how does one create a synchronic communications network with your students? Students need to know certain things. I'm not going to bore you with any more theory. Well, at least not for now. Students need to know that their learning journey is supported. They have a safe space in which to communicate. And we very often distance ourselves from our students. That their views, ideas, and values are respected. And their voice counts. Now, how do we do this? I actually got very emotional in the one online class that I held with my students, because I couldn't get my head around why it is that students have this reticence to tell me what they think. I get what this theorist says and what that theorist says and the other theorist says, and the student's voice is nowhere to be found. So I asked my students, why can you not take a stance? Why can you not tell me what you think? And you know what the answer was? Because, ma'am, in our other modules, we're not allowed to do that. That, colleagues, is a very sad state of affairs. It is very sad that when what we are supposed to do, kindling the fire in our students' answers are stock, standard answers, because that's what the majority of us want to hear. And this may not be something we want to hear from our students, but it has been something that has made me think. So I go back to our friend, Paulo Freire. And Paulo Freire says something along the lines of, we read the world before we read the word. And what we have done is we have put the word in front of the world. And although his quote deals with reading and reading for meaning and how we make meaning through the world, it is very, very apt in student support and teaching and learning, where the world is equivalent to the student and his, her, or their experience, and the word is the material being taught. You cannot teach students from your point of view. Teaching is not top-down. Teaching is meeting your students where they are in that particular moment and bringing them up to where you would like them to be. Not shape them in your image, not shape them in your philosophy, not shape them in the way you think, but allow them the ability to create their own thoughts, their own ways of thinking, their own ways of interacting with the world, becoming active participants and not passive spectators. So we go back to that 1987 quote, and we think and we rethink it. We rethink it because that quote is put according to what the student should be doing. And as lecturers, as teachers, we are also students, because we learn as much from our students as our students learn from us. So teaching and learning, note, teaching and learning is not a spectator sport. So you as a lecturer are not a spectator of the educational process. Students and teachers do not learn or teach much just by sitting in class, listening to teachers regurgitating information from a textbook, memorizing prepackaged assignments and spitting out answers. They, teachers and learners, must talk about what they are learning and teaching, write about it, relate it to past experience, apply it to their daily lives. They must make what they learn and teach part of themselves. And I am possibly in a very fortunate and privileged position because I love what I teach. I love what I teach, and I love my students, each and every one of them, from my 20%er to my distinction student, because even the 20%er has learned something. And he, she, or they may not be at the same level as my distinction students or my 60% students, but you know what? If I can get them to get 50%, it makes a huge difference in that student's life. Because when they leave my module, they are not only going to get a degree and a piece of paper, they are going to be able to have the life skills that they are going to be able to use in their workplace. So what do? I use a pedagogical model. I didn't even know I had a pedagogical model until my COD said to me, "No, but you have a pedagogical model. Your pedagogical model is the community of inquiry," and there is the culprit. There she sits. So she introduced me to this fabulous pedagogical model called the community of inquiry. And lo and behold, I absolutely love it, because I didn't even know I had a pedagogical model until I read this, and I thought, hey guys, but this is exactly what I'm doing. Right, so the pedagogical model looks at, as I said in the beginning, at the three presences: social presence, cognitive presence, and teaching presence, and how these presences interact. So it goes back to that whole holistic way of looking at things. Social presence, the definition, is the ability for learners to express their individual traits within a community of inquiry, presenting themselves as real people, Aha. Aha. How many of us, when we're teaching, keep it real? You keep it real. If you're having a bad day, do you tell your students, listen guys, I'm having a bad day? I often, sometimes, have a bad day just before I've got to give an online class. And it's like, good afternoon, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm really having a crappy day. How's your day been? And you know what? They answer, ma'am, thanks so much. We've also had a dreadful day. And we start a conversation. That's a social presence. It's a social presence because you are making yourself real and the student is making themselves real. That distance that we have with distance education is actually brought closer. It's made narrower by the fact that we should not be afraid to be human. For heaven's sakes, we teach in human sciences, and the one thing that we fail to do is acknowledge our own humanity. And I've got 1 minute left. Okay, great, brilliant. Okay, so cognitive presence, well, obviously I'm not going to discuss that. That's like what you think, okay? 10 minutes.
It was the other way around.
Oh, he's mean. He's mean, he's mean. You're mean, Wilmont, you're mean. Okay, so cognitive presence, let's get back to that. You see, that's keeping it real. That's keeping it real. So the degree to which participants, irrespective of the configuration of the COI, and what do we mean by the configuration of the COI? The configuration of the COI means irrespective of at what level the student is at. So if you have your brilliant student, your dwindling student, your middle of the road student, or your hi, bo, I have no idea what's happening in this module student, okay? And you create meaning through the sustained communication. So when you're communicating to your students, you need to modulate your communication. So modulate your communication so that everybody understands what you're saying. And nobody is left behind. Social presence enables cognitive presence. That's why I said it is very important to create a safe space with your students. A space where your students feel that you as a lecturer are supporting them. You as a lecturer are there for them. My colleague mentioned that our students come from different backgrounds. And yes, our students come from different backgrounds. And yes, here I am, a white woman. What do I know about somebody living in a township? But I went to school with people who lived in townships. Long before Model C schools. So I know what it means. The course design and content facilitates social and cognitive presence through the exploration of critical thinking in the context of the digital age. So when everybody was running away from AI and going, oh my word, the apocalypse is upon us, where are we going to go as academics? We are going to be replaced within 2 or 3 weeks because ChatGPT, Copilot, Gemini, Dell-E, you name it, is out to get us. I said, hey, I don't know, have any of you seen Pacific Rim? Okay, there's some Pacific Rim guys. So I often said in our staff meetings, I'd always say, okay, right, listen, before you paint me as Newt, okay, as the guy that loved the Kaju and wanted to drift with them, okay, I embraced AI, and I thought, how is it that I can make my students aware of AI and get them to use AI ethically? And this was phenomenal. So teaching presence. You cannot have student support if you are not present. You cannot expect that support to happen via the My Modules. Put your stuff on My Modules and go, yay, whoopee, I've done student support. Oh, I've got a Telegram group, but I never go on Telegram. Yay, I've got a WhatsApp group, but oh yeah, no, it's there. It's there. I never go on Telegram. So teaching presence is essential for student support. So student support in action. Student support was sustained using multi-pronged digital presence, and what, I've got like 5 minutes now, Wilmot? Or is that 5 seconds? Okay, right, thank you. My modules course, the official 3702 Telegram group, the WhatsApp AI discussion group. So I had to create that group, surprise, surprise, because every time my students tried to put a link to when we were discussing things like deep fakes and the discourse that deep fakes create and how this creates a language and how the language perpetuates thinking, my students were banned from Telegram, and hey, so was I. Okay, so was I, several times banned from Telegram. So here we go. We had the WhatsApp AI discussion group and the MS Teams online classes. My modules, I started with a welcome, and everything was done in a very colloquial style. Everything was colloquial, and everything was geared towards making the students feel comfortable, making the students know exactly what, why, when, where, and that I was there for them. Anything they needed, I would be there. Right? We gave them information on how to join Telegram, and all that. We used different apps called Padlet. We used Padlet to get them to introduce themselves to one another, thus creating a social presence between the students and the lecturers. We showed them how to use that. We did a class on how to use Padlet. The course site was used as, and then we had my favorite, the reading club. And we know how students don't really like to read, so we made it a different kind of reading club. So reading meant reading a text, reading an advertisement, watching a film, watching a series, and then blogging about it. And students then got to interact and blog about what they had seen, and other students responded to those blogs. So there we have an example. The student wrote about the Poppy Wars, and then we had another student respond to her. The official Telegram group, I put an official sort of answer, welcome to the three. My name is Claudia, and I am your lecturer for this module. I would like this group to be a space where we can communicate with each other and share our module challenges and expectations. I will be available during office hours 8 to 16:30, which was a lie because I often answered them at 11, 12 o'clock at night, to reply to messages. In the meantime, let's get to know each other. And we then presented ourselves to each other. One student actually wrote, "Welcome, Ms. Frattini. We are pleased to meet you, and hopefully we will understand this module better, since we will be having you in this group to guide us through. Our sessions will take place every week." So they were very happy that we actually had that communication, and it's very, very important to do that. My students were allowed to call me whatever they wanted to call me. So I had students that called me Claudia. I had students that called me ma'am. I had students that called me prof, and I kept having to correct them. I'm not a professor. "No, ma'am, but you're our prof." I'm like, in the end, I gave up. And I said, "Okay, well, if that floats your boat, it floats your boat." So hi, Claudia, please advise what the supplementary exam for one of the modules is. And what I did there as well is the supplementary students were on the Telegram group. And everything I did with my semester 1 students this year, I shadowed on the semester 2 module of last year. I was not on that module last year. So the student support for the supplementary students was actually paramount and vital, because otherwise they would have been exceptionally lost. Okay, so the Telegram group was also used to discuss thematics. So when Gemini went haywire and had Africans dressed as Nazi SS officers and Asian ladies looking like part of the Gestapo. We interrogated what the discourse was, why was AI doing this, and how did wokeness, how had wokeness infiltrated itself so much into AI that in an effort not to offend anybody, AI ended up offending everybody. So yeah, so that was Gemini. More on the Telegram group, but I'm not going to bore you with that. It's basically, rah, rah, our lecturer is so fantastic. We love our lecturer. Okay. I don't know why. And yeah, so WhatsApp AI discussion group. The WhatsApp AI discussion group, as I mentioned, we used because we had to have an alternative channel to talk about deep fakes, how deep fakes work, because it almost got to the point where most of my students were banned from Telegram. So yeah, that was not good. That was not good. MS Teams Online, I did online classes every week, once a week, same time, same day. Students could plan to be at the class. And it not being a very big group of students, I mean, I had 490 students in the group. We would vary. Numbers of students that would participate in the live classes would vary from between 100, 150. And those that weren't able to make the class got the recordings and the slides, and then they would discuss the recordings and the slides on the various groups between themselves and send me emails. Ma'am, I didn't understand this. Ma'am, I didn't understand that. Right, so to conclude, when it comes to English, we are all migrants. Hell, I'm an English migrant. English is not my first language. In fact, it could be my second or third language because I grew up speaking Italian at home. And the first time I actually did English was when I went to school. At home we spoke Italian and a little bit of French. And because I was brought up by my grandmother, whose English was, well, let's call it practical English. She refused to teach me her practical English and preferred to teach me the language that she was comfortable speaking, which was Italian. So I grew up in an Italian household, learning to speak English at school. So home language should never be an impediment to learning another language or being able to communicate. Inspiring independent scholars and thinkers is what I think I do in student support. So think outside the box. This is no ordinary English module. Here we break the psychological barriers of needing to follow the crowd. And if anybody's interested, these are some of the references I've used in the actual POE, which 38 pages I think is a little bit long to actually speak to you about. So I hope you've enjoyed that presentation, and remember that being there matters. Thank you.
Miss Claudia Frattini, can we give another round of applause? As we are moving to the Q&A session, thereafter, we will be having a talk from the president of the National SRC, and thereafter we'll be moving to lunch. I'm challenged by the few aspects that you have said that invites me into conversations as I reflect. Why can you not tell me what you think? The English named me Richard when I was already named. So English is a colonial language to me. But you're also saying something that is critical. They must make what they learn part of their lives. If you look at your programs, it has a fist up as a posture of resistance. Let's remember the theme, educating for social justice. As we meditate upon the words of Stephen Bantu Biko, that the minds of the oppressed are a tool in the hand of those that have become the masters. So our theme is a posture of a resistance. To what? To the system that has captured the cognitive empire. So we are re-educating as we unplug other ideas that have been planted. How does that feel? It's like decolonizing is some form of a psychological violence, because colonial learning is a method of violence itself. I have found something that is a common thread, which is going to be very interesting as we allow you to be in conversations. The common thread is compassion. This festival, it's about teaching and learning. Sometimes we are entrapped in the Gloriana of research that is disconnected from the value of teaching our students. I want to hand over to my compatriot in this journey to provide leadership in terms of the reflections.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Q&A. Quick, to the point. Please refrain from providing monologues beforehand. You can stand, tell us who you are and who you are directing the question to, and then proceed to pose your question. And please, also from the nominees, please make it as brief as possible, because indlali bangulaga. Right? Okay, thank you. So I noted your hand earlier this morning. You can please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Colleague Stefan van Wyk, Anthropology. I'm audible. I assume that I am. Very quickly, just to say, I can clearly hear from all the colleagues who presented that centering our students is very clearly very important for them. And I think it's really good to hear that our colleagues indeed do take that very seriously. I have one question, by being brief, to Sifo Esichle. I apologize if the pronunciation is incorrect. I quite liked what you said about moving from content-based learning to assessment-based learning. And you obviously described that that is a strategy to deal with the inheritance of the module, but maybe if you can also tell us a little bit more about what that means in practice, very briefly, because I think it's useful for us in the group as a whole, because we are limited at UNISA in terms of how we engage our students, and so following that approach of assessment-based learning is also a strategy for actually doing the nitty-gritty of how do students actually learn. So if you're willing to, just 2 or 3 lines, I'm very interested to hear. Thank you, colleagues.
I will take 2 more and then allow the nominees to respond.
Thank you so much. I think my question is, I'll wear my hat as a representative of the Tshwane UNISA Students with Disabilities, and looking at, I forgot the teacher. The teachers, sorry I had to forgot your name.
Ms. Kitso Siete.
Ms. Kitso Siete. You spoke very rigorously about, you spoke very rigorously about embracing technology and the different platforms that exist and how those can help. My constituency in disability are students who, modern day students, will be using a lot of different AIs. One that is very problematic, especially in particular with this institution, which is Copilot. Copilot for students who are visually impaired, who basically are blind, can't use big bold, or need assistance in understanding context that is on the page, is an AI that is utilized. But the UNISA examination, OWL or whatnot sees that as students cheating. As a structure, we are aware of 2 students who've moved away from UNISA to go to the University of Pretoria, because 2 years in a row, they've tried to explain this particular challenge to the institution. And basically what I'm trying to say is, how best can the institution transform? Because just to give a round of applause to the College of Human Science, they've started a disability wing within the college that will deal with students and the issues that are faced by students with disabilities within the college. And the work that have been done so far has been amazing. So I'd like us to just give them a round of applause on that one. Congratulations. Sadly,
narrow the question, my brother, and be specific. It's a Q&A.
Okay, sorry. Sadly, that is not something that is our way. So I hope you got the context of what I'm trying to say, is that the institution needs to come on board in understanding how some of these AIs are functional in helping students with disabilities, and how best would you recommend that should be done?
Thank you so much. The next question that I've noted.
May I request that all those that are asking the question, make sure that is the question, so that we run within the confines of time.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Mbali Khame. I teach a college module in decoloniality in a team of 4. My question, I'm very much intrigued and interested in, the different functionalities that you colleagues have put in place as it concerns WhatsApp. But I have a concern. I think it was you, Ms. Siete, and Mr. Love, on just, creating a closed platform that does not allow students to have an opportunity to interact with each other. I think as we try to dismantle power dynamics, we need to also think about ways in which students can have the opportunity to be able to build community of students within the platforms. So I just wanted to ask, what are the different ways in which you create spaces where students are able to interact, are able to learn with one another outside of you existing as this pole or stature of giving knowledge and encouraging them to engage, but just for themselves to bring in their experiences and bring in their thoughts and their independent ways of engaging with the learning units as a community of students. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Can you please respond to those questions, and then we'll do one more round, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, over to Ms. Gumede.
Thank you so much, Program Director, and thank you to the gentlemen who asked me their question. Unfortunately, because of time, I couldn't thoroughly explain what I meant, but if I could elaborate, what I meant and what I'm doing in terms of content-based learning is designing the lesson in a way that addresses, first and foremost, the assessment criteria. Those are the earlier lectures, and then breaking it down to assessment expectations. And then finally, we then get into the assessment question type questions. For example, what do we mean when we say discuss? What do we mean when we say critically analyze? Or what do we mean when we say give historical significant examples? In doing so, students then understand what the essay question is asking them to do, or what the assessment itself is based on, and as well as discussing the broader contextual focus of that assessment, allows the student to not only think of related themes, but also to themselves to get to the point where they can answer the question independently. So that's what I mean by assessment-based teaching. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To answer, I forgot the name, please forgive me. But to start also, I think that is why also we have spoken about how important it is to have an integration of the different departments, right? And that is where even I had a survey. With the survey, it's very anonymous. When you say, what challenges do you have usually? Because I know some people would have a problem with saying, I've got this disability, I've got this problem. So the reason why we've got the survey before class is to be able to know, right? What are the challenges that you are facing, and then have the different departments come in. And I think that is also why students have been made to aware of the our suite, right? Because also you spoke about the Envisioning, how it picks it up. The module itself does not have exams. Our module does not have exams, we've had exam portfolios. And that shows on its own how a module is different from each other, and why the integration of different departments, it's important, right, to know how best. That's why I said we cannot reclaim Africa's intellectual futures without Africa, which means the involvement of all of the people is very important. And also to ask, okay, Ambinka, thank you. Also to ask when it comes to in terms of where do students interact. We've got what we call the class discussion forum, right, on my UNISA where they talk. Also with the WhatsApp. The reason why WhatsApp gets locked and it gets opened at a certain time is that, you know how students would say there's class on Monday and they say noted, noted, noted. By the time you get on WhatsApp, you've got 5,000 noted. Now a student gets in there, does not see the announcement put, but the 5,000 noted that are there. So what I normally do is I would open at a certain time when I know I am in the platform responding now. As soon as we're done with the conversation, we close it. Thank you.
It's a great question. So I think in terms of trying to do this in a sustainable way, UNISA can chow you very quickly. So my sense was, because it's an elective module, I have first, second, and third years. So you have a mix of people who just trying to find their feet, and you have some quite established students. And so my first priority is just creating a safe space where they can access me, I can access them in more contained ways. To learn how to be in community is something we learn. It's not something we just inherently know. And to model the posture of a learner, what it means to be curious, what it means to be open, all these things. And so I think for me that's a higher priority currently. But the Welcome Forum, and I'm experimented in the last semester with workshops where students can comment on each other's works, and I want to build on that piece. The first semester I did the group, it was open, and Siskitsi can attest, I can agree with her. You get 500 messages on a Saturday night. I did train some moderators and some people to say, here are some limits to the group. The thing that I became concerned about was the level of anxiety often created for some students. Because you always have somebody who says, this, you're going to get kicked out. And then I'm not on the group all the time. I also need to rest and take time off. And you come back and some students are freaking out. So I'm not opposed to it. I want to maybe explore it again in the future with moderators. But for now, the cost in my size module was too great, I think. But the impulse is there. Thank you.
I think another round. I've noted a hand at the back, one in the front here, and then we'll take one more.
My name is Tembeka. My question is directed to, I think, the first presenter, Mr. Masedi. I'm just bothered that one of the slides that you showed, I noted that you had about 2,100 students registered in your module, and 1,600 plus had submitted their assignments. And now that worries me, because then there's 500 that are missing, and it's 500 too many. Like the other speaker, Ms. said, 100 of them that would not have passed or whatever. It's a big problem, because 100 households would then not have been serviced. So how do you plan to tackle that problem? It's a problem that we all sit with anyway. I'm not going to pretend as if we don't experience it. But how best can we then deal with this? Thanks.
Thank you. I'll come back to you. Go ahead. And please stand.
Thank you. My name is Luanda from the Department of Gender Studies. So my question is very simple. It's basically directed to you. Is it love or lovey? So I just want to understand how you possibly actually sensitize your students, particularly around the issue of confidentiality and possibly the protection of content that you possibly share on WhatsApp. I mean, to actually enter on Moodle, it's quite different than actually entering on WhatsApp. So how do you link that element of confidentiality into WhatsApp, ensuring that students do not possibly disperse the content that is basically shared on WhatsApp?
Hey, colleagues. 2 more hands, and we have to call it a close.
Oh, thank you very much to the presenters. It's David Ngubuka. Yeah, I think School of IT, yeah. Last time I was, but now I was also a candidate, yeah, for postgraduate specialization at teaching mechanics. With the new opening of the school, I think, yeah, Hanmaskral, yeah, mechanical specialization. Yeah, I think my question wanted to ask in regards with the how we the school also try to normalize languages that are sort of part of becoming enforcers or enforcement or authorities of authoritarian or of inequality. For instance, yeah, digital communication, for instance, we know normally, yeah, it's only English communicated. So do the school also sometimes, or lectures, or do you also offer that compassion of to say, for instance, a teacher who has to translate, prop shaft remains a prop shaft. But if now a student wants to fix a prop shaft for a BMW, has to translate the number of the part of a car before trying to fix the part of a car. Yeah, so the digital communication versus the power of communication. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. We have one final question.
Greetings, colleagues. My question would be, why is there so much disconnect between lecturers and the other departments within the university? Because my question is on the basis that you'd find that a lecturer, if they have any problems in terms of marking, they'll tell you that no, it's an administrative issue. If it's a proctoring tool, they'll tell you no, it's a proctoring issue, we don't deal with that, or I don't deal with that as a lecturer. I think also there's some level of arrogance that lecturers tend to have, and especially when it comes to releasing of results and marking of scriptures, because they do not and have never taken accountability in terms of those things. And most of the time, there are people who will say that it's not on our part. It's an administrative issue. It's an examination issue. So my question is that why is so much gap between the two? Why is there no integration that a lecturer knows exactly what is happening at the examination? The lecturer knows exactly what's happening at the proctoring tools. The lecturer knows every system that has to do with its student. Thank you.
Yeah, ziyakhala-ke manje. I'll give our nominees an opportunity to respond to those questions. I'll remind you once again to please keep it brief. Thank you. You should have a mic roaming around
we're
there.
Fine. To start with the last question, I think what the university is doing to bridge the gap, because yes, we do acknowledge that there is a disconnectedness. What usually happens is there are training which are offered by CPD and DTSFL, whereby, for instance, in my module, what I will usually do, after marking, I send an evaluation form to the students to check the discrepancies. Thereafter, if there is some challenge, then I'm able to liaise with an either Moodle department, or even when students have certain queries and I cannot answer, there are certain champions which I'm able to actually contact and ask for assistance, so that at least when I address, before I can actually answer the student, I have actually a formal information and I've obtained more information to actually address the student challenge. So I think the issue of discriminancy for now, or the dismantle, is just that we do not attend training. Then we just have to encourage ourselves to attend more training, so that at least we are able to connect and network with each other. And then with regards to first question of 2,000 students and only 1.6 students actually are active on the system, I will simply say, like, when I joined UNISA, I think I had plus minus 2,000 students who were not on the system, who were not active on the system. But what I usually do is, with the recent number, which is 1.6, I have tried to, what I usually do is I communicate with the tuition department, tuition management of our college, to try and send out emails after the application, after registrations, just to try and find where are those 500 students. And what I've done, I think with assessment one, because assessment one opened early. So what happened is, because I have realized that I had large number of students who did not submit, what I had to do, I had to actually send an evaluation form on my UNISA, and also try to communicate with tuition manager to say, I have this number of students who are not active on my system. Then how do I reach out to the students? Then I was advised that we must send out email or SMSs. But one of the aspects which I have tried to do at the moment was, with the 1.6 that I have, I must make sure that I maintain them on the system, while I'm trying to figure out as to how then going forward do I actually get to, or make sure that I do not leave anyone behind. Because if you check the 500 that is on the system, they have not submitted either assessment one, assessment two, and when you check, they only registered the module, they have never been into the system. So it's a challenge to say, because for those who submit, what I usually say is I will send them personal emails, say, you have missed assessment one, assessment two. Can you submit? When can you submit? So that I'm trying to maintain the number. But with the one which are inactive, it's really difficult for me at the moment to actually find the 500, because they are nowhere to be found. Even when you send email or announcement, you cannot find them anywhere. But come second semester, the same students are going to register, but they are nowhere to be found when they are time for tuition. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. I just wanted to check that I understood your question correctly. If somebody can call the question, ask. But I'm sorry. You're saying confidentiality in the context of an open group discussion on WhatsApp. Okay, just to check that I understood that. So, and that you mean by in terms of what students are posting, or in terms of like student details, their phone numbers or things like that? What do you have in mind? Sorry? All round, yeah. So the nature of relationships, the nature of community is risky. Huh? You cannot connect if you are not to some degree vulnerable. And this is tough to deal with. Huh? It's the reason why the law can never fix our society, huh? Because the law can only mandate limits. But genuine love, genuine connection requires a sense of vulnerability. So I'm getting deep here, I think, but I'm saying if we want to avoid that, we will never educate people. If we want to eliminate all risk, we will never educate anyone, because to learn is to risk. To teach is to be vulnerable, is to risk. Huh? So that's my first response, is this sort of over-legislation of is a desire to protect, but there is a dark side to it. And so I don't have anything in my groups that I would consider sensitive, that people share in the open groups. They're aware. There's 600 other students. Most people police themselves about what is appropriate. If I observed it, I would simply delete it and message the student privately and say, I think that's more appropriate for a one-on-one conversation. So I haven't had any experience of that. But I just try to model if there's tension or fights, which does happen, then I just try to say, hey, let's draw out what this person is trying to say here. So sorry for that non-answer. Thank you.
I think we have one more question we haven't answered. Why is there a disconnect? I think my colleagues are avoiding answering the question because of how sensitive it is. Why is there a disconnect between lecturers and other aspects of the university? I think it's safe to emphasize the magnitude of the University of South Africa and the sheer size of our students, that a lot of us are in modules that are, I mean, in the English department, I was shocked to find that there's a module with over 20,000 students. So lecturers are themselves inundated with students' inquiries, with administrative work, with marking, and not to give excuses to any oversights that emerge. However, how I've tried to sort of bridge that gap is to work with units that actually have the resources and have the information. And I've mentioned in my presentation, namely the student retention unit, that is able to then provide students with the information that I may not have. And then also provide students with the information. So if you've got a question on final marks and when they're gonna be released, I usually have that information. I give it to the students and I post it as an announcement. But when it comes to where are my final marks, for example, then I point the students to the relevant department to say, these are the guys who are responsible, so contact them. And then also follow up, right, to say, has the student received the assistance and acknowledge that? So I think it is just to acknowledge both oversights and also hindrances to having such a big university that caters for the whole continent or the rest of the world. So thank you so much for that question. I think it is very necessary for us to address bureaucratic concerns and constraints. A round of applause.
I am truly appreciative for the conversation that has been taking place. And these reflections reminded us that we came together here as human beings, number one, and there is a mission which is much more big that awaits us. Before I call the president of the National Student Representative Council, who is in our midst, and before we had to lunch, because at some point our stomachs must also be decolonized. I am reflecting that an education that does not liberate, it oppresses. Nandi Shivji, if I'm not wrong, talks about an intimate enemy. That's what a colonial education is. It's expressive of the imperial master immortalizing himself by appropriating the mind of those that he has objectified to plant the ideas. That is what in 1958, H.L. Verwoerd's dissertation that got the political will of separate development did. And this is some of the biggest problems that we're actually dealing with, that we are dealing with the cognitive empire, what Ngugwa Thiongo talks as the metaphysical empire, the invisible world that manifests itself in our own bodies. If you look at the townships they have created, it takes many years to undo the damage that has been done. It is within that context then that Carter Goodwin says that the miseducation project is such that if you have educated a child, you don't have to worry about his actions, because the project is running. What we need to do is to disengage the automated coloniality project that is running in our heads. I'm afraid that it is Nelson Mandela who spoke about what we need. It's a reconstruction and development of the mind. The psychological abuses of colonial education and their effects can last for many years and many years to come. So what we are dealing with here, we are dealing with the discourse of invisible violence as the violated people. And that has also induced fear in us. With those few words, I am going to call Mr. Nkosinati Mabilani, the President of the National Student Representative, to share his heart with us as we push for educating for social justice. We can clap hands to welcome you.
Thank you very much to the Executive Dean, Program Directors, esteemed guests, and the most important stakeholder of the university, the students who are present here today. I greet you all. I want to start with a quote from Amilcar Cabral. And he says that, hide nothing from the masses of our people, tell no lies, expose lies whenever they are told. Mask no difficulties, claim no easy victories. As I was sitting here listening to the various lecturers who spoke, I could swear that they are representing a different institution other than UNISA. Because the lived reality and the lived experience is that our lecturers are not responsive to our students. In fact, the various platforms that they claim to have created to engage our students have exposed our students to scammers and stuff like that. Data leakages and stuff like that are a result of these various platforms that lecturers have created and have put our students in a precarious situation. You know, we are dealing now with DC cases because students have been found to have cheated and plagiarized and so forth. But this is because there are various platforms that students are lured into, and they are told these are university platforms, they are told these are lecturers. And these are things that when we look at the 30 years of social justice and so forth, we must be able to honestly reflect on. You know, I think it is important that we make the learning environment as conducive as possible. And I think the various platforms that have been created, the lecturers were not intending to be harmful, but we are saying that these things have placed our students in a very difficult situation, and we want to say that let us relook the model in which we then deliver services to our students. My email box is completely bombarded with students because I am their last resort, because lecturers are not responding to emails. That is a fact. And I think it is all good and well for us to come here and speak very beautiful about ourselves and what we do in our various departments. But if we are not honestly looking within, then we'll have a challenge, because it will mean we'll never address the many challenges we have. Just this past weekend, the university was back in the papers because of a white woman in the College of Law who is unresponsive, who is teaching a module which essentially will mean that the students will then graduate to become conveyancers and so forth. But because of their entitlement as a race, number one, to the issue of land and property in South Africa, she is holding that module. So many of our black students are failing that module dismally in ways that we even ourselves can't explain, you know. a student receives 4, and we're like, but how can this happen? You know, I think the failure rate of that module is about 70%, if not 76. Now, these are challenges that we must honestly reflect about, especially as lecturers. And these are issues that continuously put the university in the negative light. The reputational damage the university suffers on the basis that lecturers are not responding emails is a serious challenge that we're having in this university. Our students have resorted to your Twitter, X platforms to raise their different concerns with the university. In fact, some of us can't post anything on social medias because the first comment you'll receive is that this lecture has not responded to our emails. So we're saying, we know the good work you're doing, but please introspect deeply on your actions and what you are subjecting our students to. And I came here not wanting to address it, but I was just disturbed in the manner in which lecturers are projecting themselves in this university. I honestly thought you guys are from Vets or somewhere else. So I'm surprised, you know. But today we reflect on the essential aspect of our nation's journey, you know, to access to education. As we stand, I think, 30 years post 1994 democracy, as we say, you know. And I think it marked the democracy, it marked the new dawn, you know, of an era of systematic inequality. And I think we must evaluate that progress and envision a future where education is a powerful tool, you know, for social justice and so forth, you know. And I think one of the ways we must use to address this thing is access to education, you know, and education not merely being an instrument of the privileged, you know. It is a fundamental right. It is the cornerstone upon which we build society, values, quality, and justice, and opportunity for all. Yet, despite the significant strides since 1994, we still face difficulties, you know, challenges in terms of equitable access to education, you know. And I think we saw this thing even with the fees must fall struggle, you know, because education is still an instrument which is only accessible to a certain class. And I think we must work deeply hard to ensure that everyone has got access to these walls that we are all privileged to be here at. Just last semester, about 33,000 of our students were excluded financially on the basis that they could not afford, and NSFAS had cut them off. Now that means it's 33,000 families that are affected. These are students who were going to be the first graduates of their institutions. And these are the injustices that we must speak to in these corridors, you know, that we find ourselves in, that we must ensure that we create a space where we're able to provide accessibility for our students. But of course, we continue to champion the issue of free education. And I think these are things that we have neglected, you know. I think in the University of South Africa, we have made strides in terms of transformation, you know, and in terms of gender balances, and of course the race issue, you know. And I think academics, we rely on you to provide us with solutions. You know, academics must come here and give solutions to society. And one of the societal challenges we have is access to education. And I think we must not be caught up in these walls and neglect that particular issue. So we wanted to address that particular challenge in this festival to say that we are privileged to be here, but we must not neglect the fact that many of our brothers and sisters are in the townships, in the corners as we speak, with no opportunities on the basis that education has been commodified, and access to these things means that you must be of a particular class. So as we reflect on the 30 years, let us make sure that we're able to provide access to our many brothers and sisters. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Amandla.
Thank you very much, my dearest brother, for your succinct reflections. And I think what you did, I was actually expecting you to be much more harsher than that. Because I've heard you on a number of the platforms speaking from where you are standing. And I think it is very fair that students should speak from how they have experienced the journey with this university. But you are also very kind enough to recognize where improvements needs to be made, where we then also need to be challenged to be able, as the university of the land, to lead the change. I normally say when I meet people that I entitle myself as a true unison, and I can understand the pain when I walked into this building in 1996 as a first-year student, and what it has become from then since now. And in terms of leading the transformation agenda and the challenges, but also the opportunities that this institution has given as a beacon of hope in transforming and improving the qualities of life. And I think sometimes about the UNISA alumni, some of my friends during the heydays, and I remember that when we got here, the VC was still Mr. Weigers, and I had met a terrorizing crowd of young people who confronted and who challenged the systems. So when students are able to rise up and are able to confront the situation, they are also assisting those who are compiling learning to rethink much of what has been said, to say, who am I teaching? And how is this study guide structured? Who is it speaking to? What are their contexts? Is the content of our study guide relevant in terms of embarking on that kind of a change? And I've really felt, as we are waiting for the food there to be prepared, I hope that I will not act as a minister in prolonging the session. But I think my eyes have actually been open, and personally, I have actually been challenged to think about the challenges that you have basically brought to us. But I also must be able to come to the place where I really congratulate the attentiveness that came from all of us in this room. But I was also amazed that there are really colleagues who are dedicated and who are giving time and who are expressing a sense of thoughtfulness and mindfulness about what they do, to not see the student as the clients, but to see them as the human beings who are waiting to be assisted. And one of the critical challenges that I also believe that we are dealing with is the fact that we have experienced a kind of the students who, when they are frustrated, they send the emails almost to everybody else that they can be able to find. And so sometimes we just have to be very careful and be mindful of that. And I think that we have come to the break, but not necessarily to the end of the program. And I've been told that lunch is ready, because in the aftermath of lunch, we will still be continuing towards the finalization of the program of today. So you can provide, I guess.
We just also want to stress, ladies and gentlemen, the importance of sticking around for the second portion of the program, which is going to take place after lunch, where we are going to hear from actual members of the communities who are doing real work and laboring in our communities to get us to a point where we can say that social justice is indeed realized. So I think it's important that we do that. Please do enjoy the lunch. but continue with the reflections and the discussions and conversation around this theme. And don't eat to a point where you will not be able to return for the second portion of the program. I think that's it. We can call it to a lunch. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Can we kindly settle down, please? We are getting into the second portion of our program for today. We are still in the CHS 2024 Teaching and Learning Festival, where we are thinking about and reflecting on educating for social justice, envisioning the future we want 30 years post-1994. We've heard in the last session from all of our nominees and the brilliant work that they are doing in this institution. We've also heard from the student representatives and the various concerns and, reflections on the crisis that we still need to tackle. And we appreciate all of these reflections. As we get into the second portion, I will be providing a bit of a bio of our next speaker. This is our keynote speaker. Like I said previously, working in the community, doing really intentional, intended work that is geared towards the idea of social justice. We have next Ntate Mabule Mokine, who has worked as on a freelance basis with several companies, among which is Emutini in 2009, Common Purpose South Africa in 2008, Ebukhosini 2008, and the Greenhouse Project in 2006. He has been a group process facilitator since September 2006 and has 15 years experience in group process facilitation covering organizational development, diversity and inclusion, leadership, strategy, and project inception for prospective clients and community partners. In the past 12 years of work, he has facilitated these group meetings and processes, corporate and non-profit organizations, team building, diversity and inclusion events. And he's worked with a number of these companies, including Rand Merchant Bank, Zimbabweans living in South Africa, the South African breweries, and etc. So he brings to us today his exposure with, the appreciative inquiry process in the USA, based in Buchanan Institute, and other, I think, important work that he has done over the years. He's a member of the Black House Collective, Moruti Batu, Bukamuso Investment Club, and a friend of the Greenhouse People's Environmental Center Project, and Ebukhosini Solutions. I think these are a critical community-based non-profit organization doing really important ground work with the communities. So can we give a resounding round of applause to our keynote speaker, Mr. Mabule Mokine. You can do better than that.
Thank you, Sibusisiwe, for such a warm intro to a somewhat dense biography. You did good justice to it. Suffice to say that as a group process facilitator with a background in computational and applied mathematics, which I didn't get to the end of it, as life would have it, it would dish me a curved ball. While a student at University of Cape Town, I was approached by a fellow student who was into the physical sciences, whereas I was in the mathematical sciences, with a request to reach out to learners in Nyanga Township who were studying towards physics and science from grades 10 to 12. I just want also to set off this with gratitude to the nominees for the awards. Your work speaks volumes, and I hope it will extend to interfaces with community initiatives, most of which are struggling because they are under-resourced, whereas there's an abundance of resources in universities. And when I talk about resources, I'm not talking about material resources. I'm talking about human resources. There's volumes of library. Some of you are even encyclopedias that I would like to preface my presentation by acknowledging those who have walked the path ahead of us. In acknowledging the many teachers who served selflessly when it was simply not easy to be a teacher or a parent or a community leader. Amongst these, Kentate Eskia Mphahlele, Ketis Nkondo, Tamsanga Kambule, Tom Mantata, Nkopotse Tiro, Me Epaniet Mbeki, Me Abania Lonake Mutupeng, and her husband, Zephania Mutupeng, who also happened to be a science and maths teacher, along with Ntate Tamsanga Kambule. Chabani Mangani, and Mangaliso Robert Sobukwe, who himself was a teacher and was called to a vocation that extended beyond the institution. And at that moment, he didn't beat about the bush. You know, he went where society needed him. And he is on record, you know, saying that education must be in service of society. I would also like to acknowledge those who taught and inspired without rank, title, or qualification of teacher. And amongst these is Bantu Bonke, Steve Biko, Abu Bakr Asfat, Neil Arget, as well as a neighbor who mentored me, supplementing what my father would actually and intentionally allocate. 8 o'clock at home, it was story time. And story time came with listening to Radio Freedom. Hence I say it was not simply easy to be a teacher and a parent. Had he been found out, he would have been also charged with treason. And that is Isaac Katse Hamese, who introduced me and mentored me on all of these sages and their contribution to humanity and the future of, you know, the African child. And remember that the African child, you know, grows until old age, because imfundo ayigugelwa, learning doesn't end. And it is important also for me to recall the elder Sam Peter Blanche for his sterling work in shifting the boundaries around education and how we ended up with corporal punishment as a form of, you know, correction, I suppose. Having said that, once more heartfelt congratulations to the nominees for the awards. Myself, my journey is not a linear journey, and I would assume that none of us have a linear journey. So I come to learning and teaching as a tutor, as a facilitator, and doing community work since 1995. Towards the end of my first year at the University of Cape Town, as I indicated, I was approached by a colleague, Solomzi. And while we were still figuring out how to reach out to these learners in Nyanga, sadly he passed on. Fast forward to that, I meet up with one of my former schoolmates who was way ahead of the time into digital and computation, but he was studying towards engineering. So I guess for him, you know, these were, you know, areas of work that he dabbled in. And why I say he was way ahead of his time is because at the time he was talking about the digitalization of voice and sound and pictures. I was talking about things that were way out of my league. I mean, I was drawn more into, you know, how do we come to the Pythagorean theorem, you know, who was Euclid? And of course, it opened another avenue, one of which I would just highlight, coming to understand that Greece, before it became Greece, they had been fighting between the Spartans and the Athenians for years. And the Spartans were more, you know, muscular, and, you know, and the Athenians were more intellectual. And the persons who actually brought truce between the two groups were the Africans. And hence the founding of the state of Greece as we know it, and hence the tutelage of Pythagoras, Democritus, Socrates, Plato, you name them, they were all tutored in Kemet back then. So Abraham Mudingwane approaches me with a proposition to open a Saturday school for tutoring. and he names it CATE. And CATE is an acronym for Computer Aided Technology Education. And now, Mina, I'm fine in my forte. He will experiment with, grades 8 and 12s on computer application and that. But Mina, I'll lay the foundation of mathematics and physics, and to some greater extent, chemistry. When Kate folded, I continued to tutor individual learners on request in maths and science, and most of the time voluntarily. And this is where it becomes interesting, and some of you spoke to, community. There would be parents who would pay me for the stipend, because when you are in the township, cash is quite thinly stretched. But there would be those in my culture, and I guess the culture that would be resonant with a number of us here, bantebuche, meaning that they pay me, but then they pay extra. And then I would leverage that money to actually support those who cannot pay me. So I continued to tutor to date, even though, like, at the moment, I think I'm also struggling from the burnout that has got all of us South Africans, where my tutoring, prowess, it's on the wane, but I still keep in touch with most of the learners that need my help. And interestingly, it is from these years of reaching out that I came to appreciate that teaching and learning is primarily a vocation. Someone spoke to, I'm going to speak to the heart. Teaching and learning, it's more than just talking to the mind. It's talking, to the heart. And it is secondarily a profession. And I don't mean to undermine, the profession, but I'm saying the heart of teaching, like any vocation, it's in the calling. As I tutored, I learned, I realized that teaching without opening oneself to learn from those one teaches can hinder or compromise effective learning. And sometimes, without intention, teachers do inflict harm. More so of the learners, not only that learners can be harmed when teaching is devoid of care and love. And we know where care and love resides. It resides in the heart. There has to be love for teaching, and love for teaching goes beyond profession. Given the inadequacies in our communities that we come from and live in, I've learned that most, not all learners that I tutored, need simplified and relatable explanations of concepts. More so for science and for mathematics. They need relatable context in simplified form, with demonstration and gentle practice, especially when they are learning to apply a new concept. I'll give an example, and I was just playing with that example with my colleague there, that when they first come across X, the unknown quantity, I say to them, it's a number. So what do you know about numbers? You can add numbers, you can subtract numbers. So they will behave like numbers, except when we add notation for multiplication and then we square it, right? And they get it. So when you get to, you're adding like terms, if you have 6 and 6 and 2 6s, how many 6s do you have? You have 4 6s. Now replace the 6s with X. You have an X and 2 X's. How many X's do you have? You have 4 X's. Like terms, the concept unfolds. Just as a way of example. Since I've been offering one-on-one tutoring sessions for the most part while accommodating group tutoring, I came to appreciate that once a learner gains confidence, and confidence has to do with connection, in what they have been finding difficult, they are willing to share their newly found knowledge. There is nothing that lights up a young person when they know that they know what they didn't know, and they want to share it. And that's when I switch with my co-tutor to mentoring, because they go into this transition with excitement, and we coach them to be mindful. And one of the things that we coach them to be mindful on is to have an appreciative inquiry. Be like the person that you were before you knew, you know. Try to find out from them where the challenge is. Don't do the work for them, but help them come to an understanding of the work. And I can't explain it in words. It's magical. It's so magical in the sense that even I, as a tutor, I can take a back seat and watch at this magic happening when they learn from each other. And that is at the heart and center of learning. We come to teaching top-down, and for years it's been top-down. We need to open teaching so that it is multi-interactive and encourages conversation and inquiry and curiosity. And when they can do that, I say to them, surprise yourself, because I'm taking them to the next advanced levels of their exercises. And that is a huge confidence booster when they are encouraged and supported to share. And this is another prism that most teachers miss. And the prism is that when learners begin to learn from amongst each other, they also gain the insight of not only learning, but also learning to impart knowledge. Interesting and invaluable jewels, of course, emerge, one of which is the opportunity for the teacher to mentor learners on mindful talk and patience with one another. The offer is the opportunity for the teacher to support learners understand that a maths or science question or exercise can be approached from different perspectives, thus opening learners to self-correct than see themselves as lacking or inadequate. A beautiful gift to both the teacher and the learners, as learners gain prowess in self-directed learning with support from the teacher. For the teacher, the burden of content delivery with surety of performance eases. It eases. With observation and care, teacher mindfulness comes in handy for innovation and collaboration with colleagues. Now, this is a shift that I find in depth amongst teachers, particularly in the townships. Of course, I've tutored in the townships. I've tutored learners from St. John's, Rodin, St. Stephen's, Woodmead, St. David's, and the experience, you know, it cuts a very thick divide between learners in the townships and learners in suburbia. And for me, I lament the opportunity that South Africa keeps missing. Young people are eager to learn from each other. If we want to craft a future that will carry a legacy of that generation was a great generation, let's encourage sister-brother relations between schools to encourage young people to learn from each other. Notwithstanding, learning is a holistic process, not only in terms of how we learn academically, but also how physical and creative activities integrate with academic learning, which is largely mental and very onerous and dilapidating. Rote learning that is largely memory dependent makes learning onerous and restrictive to learners and to innovation, particularly of teachers. A holistic approach to teaching and learning brings into whole the mental, the sensory, the kinesthetic, the intuitive, and it brings a synergy across all of these faculties to grow a full human being. That is, the flow between the mind, the senses, movement, and intuition brings into whole the joy of learning and teaching. Coupling this with encouraging mindful behavior and habits brings to the fore well-groomed individuals amongst learners and for society. Within the circumstances that teachers find themselves, of far more than average teacher-learner class ratios, inadequate resources, including of sport, creatives, laboratory, library, and IT equipment, as well as lack of parent support. Teacher support and innovation becomes more of a calling than a profession, because you are called to stretch beyond what you are qualified for. As a profession, teaching needs dedication to the point of selfless service to learners, communities, and the nation at large, the entry point being the learner. So when you see a learner, see someone that has a standing in society, either in the present or in the future. What a tall order. However, it is not unique to teaching, given the inequalities and disparities in our country. Of course, the profession that is a vocation need not be selfless to the point of demoralizing those who feel called to it. It need not be. Where attention given to related policy implementation, holistic curriculum development, human-centered content delivery, and teacher-parent support programs. There is a dearth of parent-teacher support programs in our schools, particularly in the townships. I've been to some of the parent-teacher meetings at St. John's, got feedback, thank you, got feedback, and it's amazing how parents are active teachers or supplementary teachers to the teaching that happens in the classroom. So I guess as teachers, I'm saying, do extend yourself to those bright eyes, bright sparks, reach out to their parents, because you may not know what you may unlock in that instance. From one-on-one group to group tutoring that I've been offering with another community-based champion, I've seen individual learners with varying challenges in maths and science surprise themselves. And indeed, I say surprise themselves because I use the phrase, surprise yourself, especially as an encouragement. And when I notice a learner break through what used to be daunting for them, and they surprise themselves, the road is open, the scope is wide, and they are at play. One such learner came with her parents to a mixed group facilitated session that has been given she had been given 1 week in pure maths class at her school. She wanted to study towards medicine. Her father wanted to know if there's anything we could assist her daughter with. I cheerfully told the father to ask the teacher to give their daughter 1 month. The father did. The daughter passed that test well. She was over the moon with her achievement. From lower 20s, as of the previous test, she got herself a 72%. That was surely unbelievable, even for her. Thank you. Not so for me and my colleague. We had seen one too many of these over the years since we first met at Kate in the mid-1990s. Without overlooking the challenges to voluntary learner support interventions, I've had my fair share of failures. So has my brother in tutoring. The most prevalent, without a doubt, is lack of proactive parent involvement and support in their support for their children. The second is low teacher morale and the narrow approach some teachers have to different problem-solving skills. We've seen this with learners saying, my teacher said the method you are using to solve an exercise is old, but the person who is helping you, they're doing a good job. And you know what that does to a learner? Don't think about me in this case. So this is the feedback from a teacher. It lands on the learner, the person that is helping you solve this problem is using an old method, it immediately questions their confidence. And when you rewire that method to the method that is CAPS approved, then they say, but why isn't my teacher teaching like this? So where do I stand? No, your teacher is doing a good job. I'm just complimenting your teacher. Listen to your teacher, but learn for knowledge. Don't just learn to pass. The third major challenge is the pressure under which learners have to learn, apply and master new concepts. It's humanly impossible to keep up with the amount and volume of work that young people have to keep up with. I have a doctor friend, comes November, October, and they have to sit for the exams. Some of them, they take their lives. And I sat with this doctor friend, and he said, Mukina, you know, what we are putting our children through, it's not on. And I said to the doctor friend, do you know the pressure that these kids have to put up with? Imagine you taking a concept that still has to settle, and it's related to other concepts. Before you settle that concept, you are onto another concept. For the poor child, there's not learning at all, you know? And good, well, let me say, savvy learners, what they learn to do is to play the game. So they study to pass. And what do we get at the end of the product? We get a South Africa where people will take money, will take bribes, and we forget where the seed was planted. The fourth, and I'll close with this one, the fourth major challenge draws from historical and contemporary injustices, as well as the inability of the African National Congress to mitigate or redress these injustices. Inequalities in access to quality education in South Africa have since 1994 widened. You have to be in communities and in suburbia and institutions of higher learning to experience the divide. Notwithstanding this backdrop, the South African Democratic Teachers Union, whilst commended for organizing teachers and making progress in shifting the erstwhile apartheid government's fragmented education departments from one, its unilateral restructuring and planning of education, and two, paving the way for greater non-racial interaction amongst teachers, which was not a common thing then, and three, making teachers more politically assertive. And at this point, more politically assertive in negotiating better salaries and employment terms. In this, these achievements were accomplished at the expense of teacher responsibility to teaching and learning, especially in public schools. For this reason, and this is from the South African Labour Bulletin, volume 17, number 3. The union has been criticized for not expanding the scope of teaching and learning to school-based parents and the broader community. I would like to close with this quote, and maybe before. Faced with these odds, and this is for teachers, faced with these odds, learners are left wondering and vulnerable. In this circumstance, what do you do as a teacher? How do you position yourself, as the light that illuminates the path for others to see their way? I too have no answers except to share my lived experience, which has grown my courage to hold forth for the learner and parent who are willing to make a difference for themselves. In closing, I would like to bring forward the works of Paulo Freire's colleagues, Francesco Guterres and Cruz Prado. In walking, intuition is the priority, and intuition is the most neglected in education. Intuition, that is subjective life experience, feelings, emotional expression, and imagination, plays an essential role in the learning process. Feelings motivate us much more than reason or logic. They give our life significance. To learn is much more than comprehending or conceptualizing a subject. It is to care for, share, give feeling to, interpret, experience, and live. Traditional education considers rational thought the most important form of knowledge. The new decolonizing education needs to support, in addition to rational thought, other forms of perception and knowledge as being equally valid and productive. In experiential learning stroke education, emotional intelligence, that is knowledge of intuition, feelings, emotion, and imagination, can balance the use of rational intelligence and should be valued and taught from childhood. by creating the world as we walk it, we find expression in it, as synonymous with learning. In that series, in this sense, it is contrary to repression, depression, and suppression. From the moment in which the learner or student becomes owner of their expression, we can speak about education. And what is education? Education is to learn from within. On that note, I'd like to thank you, gentlefolk. Ke a leboga, ndo leboga, asante sana. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mabule, for sharing your life's work with us, for grounding us also in, the true meaning of education, and reminding us once again that once a learner gains the confidence and realizes that they are able to learn, they have the ability to know, then they can't wait to tell you about it. I think that was just that's going to stay with me for a long time. Thank you so much. I'm going to call our next keynote speaker, Ms. Nompumelelo Shabangu. She hails from the Kingdom of Eswatini and spent her formative years in exile in Zambia and Tanzania. This is an experience that she considers to have set her up as a student in the University of Life. Yeah? So this sparked her curiosity for learning in unconventional spaces. Earlier experiences working in the Nogwe Development Creative Foundation as a communication secretary and production manager with the youth and the under-resourced schools in Tembisa, Orange Farm, and the KZN. She's a graduate of the Gordon Institute of Business Sciences Social Entrepreneurship Program and the co-founder of School of University Light, which is a network of homeschooling families who are determined to turn education on its head. She has also contributed and worked with the Ebukosini Solutions in the annual Kwanzaa Festival and a number of other grassroots-based organizations. So, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to present to you Ms. Mpumi Shabangu to give us her presentation. A round of applause, please. Thank you. Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's so lovely to be here, and thank you so much for the invitation. For everybody who took their time to make sure that I'm here today. I'd like to acknowledge Ugogo Noktula for the invitation. Gogo, thank you so much for your trust. And Usis Zandi, who is absent today, Sandi Radebe, for the invitation. Thank you so much. I stand proud because Ubaba Mabule is also an elder of mine whom has taught me so much, and it's really a great privilege to share the stage with him today. One of the things that I am excited about today is that I work primarily in the youth space, and I myself, being a mother of 4, I get to work with young people every single day in my own home. And I come and I represent a school called School of Universal Light, SOUL, which is the acronym for that. And, as conspirators and co-creators in the learning space, and one of the first classroom, the biggest classroom in the world, our homes, we really sit at a privileged space as parents. And I think a lot of us forget what a big privilege it is to actually be in that seat. The beloved Dr. Toni Morrison once said, when a child walks into a room, your child or anybody else's child, do your eyes light up? Because that's what they are looking for. They are really looking to see if you are excited to see them. And often as parents, as educators, we miss that light. We miss that excitement in showing up for young people. And so in the earlier days of setting up the School of Universal Light, a lot of my time and the co-founders of the school and co-facilitators and collaborators in this space, we spent a lot of time just really putting the light back into parents' eyes. And this really came from the fact that a lot of the parents who came to our doors were highly frustrated with the current state of affairs of education in South Africa. And I think to length today, we've spoken to breadth what is so deficient in our systems today. And so a lot of my time was spent doing that, sometimes counseling parents, talking to parents, at the very same time also going through the same anxieties, because it's almost as if, not even almost as if, all of us live in this double consciousness space where we are stuck in what we've been presented with, which is the education that we are a result of, while trying to create other alternatives. And in many ways, even saying alternative is an irony, because really the home or homeschooling is where learning should be happening. And so I would see a lot of parents who'd come looking for something different, but unsure if homeschooling would be an answer to that journey because of this double consciousness thing. So a lot of doubt about taking the route least traveled by, unconventional. And some of the things they would say is that we don't have time. And often it speaks to this model that we are so used to putting children in institutions and expecting educators to make magic with them. We as the parents advocate our responsibilities to the educators to create these rock stars, and when they are not showing up, we cry foul. In fact, we take the destiny out of our own hands, and to what Baba Mabula also spoke about, we don't want to participate in educating our own children. We often leave it to chance, and very much so hope that the educators will do the best that they can. It's a very risky thing to do. And so as I went through this journey, also myself trying to root myself in understanding this route that I'd taken, because my family would often be worried. Mpumi, what are you thinking? What are you doing? Homeschooling, how is it going to work out? All of these doubts. I also tried to settle those doubts for parents. It almost felt like at that time, we should have also been setting up simultaneously a space where parents could find the support. Because, listen, I'm a parent, I also know some of the challenges that parents are sitting with. And often, I would say that the children are actually all right in the greater scheme of things. Children are so open, they are so ready to learn, they are so ready to soak up and learn from us. It's just that we have the apprehensions, we are the ones holding back, we are the ones with the doubts. And so, as I said, I wish as we're doing this developing the curriculum, trying to figure out the system, we could have also been setting up these systems of support. And it's perhaps a challenge that I throw out to you out there, people who are parenting and people who are thinking of becoming parents. How do we find each other and support one another? So really at Soul, we have a philosophy, and the philosophy of Soul is simply this: to develop a financially independent mindset in students through very specific means. The academic and the home environment are key in the development of this mindset, thus requiring a significant role by parents to maintain these practices at home. And I think that's key, because if you're coming to a center, there's a lot of homeschooling centers that have been set up. Almost parents adopt that same mentality that we're going to drop the children off at school and the educators in that center, homeschooling center, are going to do the work. But what actually needs to happen, we always say to parents, you need to journey with us. You are actually collaborating with us and and conspiring with us in your children's journey, and it's a beautiful opportunity. And often it's quite crazy when you look at parents, when we invite them to design curriculums with us, to give input into what their children are learning. You'd think that they would jump at the opportunities, and they often don't. It's quite surprising. It just also shows all of these symptoms that are out there in terms of what education has been painted to be. So really our curriculum that we've developed is really a model based on teaching mathematics, sciences, reading, writing, competencies, using the principles founded in our ancient ancestral pool of knowledge, where academics, or the so-called 7 liberal arts, aka the trivium, quadrivium, and the originates, come from. So the trivium and quadrivium are ancient practices that define education by core principles. We've embedded these principles into our curriculum, and these consist of grammar. This is the trivium of grammar, logic, rhetoric, while the quadrivium consists of astronomy, music, geometry, and excuse me. So our hope with our curriculum design is that we lead students to a unified understanding of reality, which allows them to really see the true relationship between academics and real life, and really put this at work. I'm here mostly to share my personal journey teaching my own children. It's a very daunting and challenging journey, I will not lie, but it's one that takes commitment. And so, as I've taken many journeys with parents as they went through their own self-doubts, I've also gone through those journeys. And what's also been quite, what has also unveiled for me as I went deeper trying to create this new way of being is that the mental shackles need to come off, and the inner work needs to begin. It's almost as if, as a parent, you have to take a new approach and take everything that you've known out and throw it out and rethink it. So reimagine education. And this is constantly going on. Some days we get it right, and some days you feel like you are barely coping. Again, you'll be surprised when you are with children and just let them be, let them unfold and unravel in front of you. In fact, most of the time, and in the earlier years, even as we were developing our curriculum, we spent a lot of time observing young people in their homes and parents, watching for the relationships because we needed to understand where they're at. Young people usually know what they like. They have very many interest areas, and if you let them discover and show you, they will tell you exactly what they want to learn. And often, you can take whatever they tell you and turn that into lesson plans. Often, I used to use my kitchen as a place where I teach my children, since I spend a significant time in the kitchen. Simple things. My children, when they were young then, teaching them the concept of counting, just using your forks, your knives, not so that the blunt ones, of course, plastic spoons, wooden spoons, those concepts. And sometimes we say we don't have the time, but we fail to understand that we can create the time in the living moment. Just like I've told you, I would often use basic concept in my own kitchen to teach my own children specific concepts, even science, biology, in everyday living. Whenever the opportunity would present itself, I would jump at it just to listen and see where we could go. And trust me, when you let them lead, they are so excited. They want to give everything to that moment. And so again, I will say, the more we spend time observing our children and watching them offer and tell us what they want to do, it makes the journey of learning with them over so easy. And I often say it's learning with our children rather than teaching, because I'm also learning so much from them. really what we are guides in the process of their education. It also gives us the opportunity as parents to relearn certain concepts that we didn't grasp ourselves when we were younger. I mean, I found myself registering myself in certain platforms like Khan Academy, just so that I could learn certain maths concepts that I didn't quite grasp when I was young. And that's the beauty of it. You can get to redo things and redefine them, and you will find that you are actually good at them if you apply yourself. Maybe it was the environment where you were planted that prevented you. So we need to also prioritize playing. I think a lot of the time we don't let young people play enough. We often want to stifle them and push them into certain spaces. Yes, there are constraints because sometimes things have to be done, but children naturally play, and play is a beautiful space where young people can learn. I'm even saying that for me, creativity is really the currency of the future. If you look at how the world is rapidly changing and growing, young people these days really need to learn to be adaptive. They have to learn to be willing to fail and try and get used to failure, because the only way you learn is making those mistakes. And so if we can let children play and let their creative juices run out, we give them so much more in the learning. More than anything, it's creating that confidence. Again, to acknowledge Baba Mabule, I think confidence is one of the biggest things that we can impart to our children, in affirming them, in assuring them, and in creating a conducive space for learning. And part of the conducive space, especially as parents and educators, is really the mental, the inner side. We need to create an environment internally to be able to give to the young people in front of us. And so it's critical, and I think it's a daily work that we have to apply ourselves to in demantling some of the constraints within our own minds and creating psychological safety as well as the physical one. In closing, I'd like to share a short story which happened 2 days before my birthday, and it's recent. And it also speaks to just how much we need each other and how often we are caught in this amnesia, because we think we know sometimes, then we forget. But when this happened to me, it wham bam reminded me how much I need to stay learning and stay open, and that indeed the world is your classroom, and there is so much resources in human beings that you can actually pick up and use as a stepping stone of learning. So 2 days before my birthday, I went to the salon to get these braids done. And part of why I did this out there color was to disrupt myself, because I really like to disrupt spaces, you know. And so I was disrupting myself and also reflecting deeply about many things in my life. And I thought, yeah, you know what? I'm scared of doing pink, but hey, I'm going to do it. It looks fun, and I did it. And while I was sitting there having my braids done, there was a man next to me. He first walked in, and I checked him out, and he had a perm. And I must say, the human in me was so judgmental, like, who has a perm in 2024? Like, who has a perm, you know? And yeah, he had his perm, and then he had one of those Scotch jerseys, you know, the typical Zulu guy with, the sandals and, that shiny pants. What is it called? I forget it. Brentwood. And I was just like, yo, this guy is like in another era altogether, you know? And then he sat next to me. He sat for a while, and he had dye on his hair, so he had to sit down and let the dye go in. And then he started to talk to me, and I thought, oh my goodness, here it comes. I was just so in my own zone, and he sort of disrupted it. And he first said, Lento ilugayo is so pretty. I think next time I'm going to get a hairstyle like this done. And I thought, oh, okay, cool. And I'm like, oh, this guy must be so fruity, you know? And then he proceeds to say, because like Lomlugo, he was like, the plait of this, it's if something were to happen to you, Mpumi, you know, they would, if abalolongi or abantu abapopolayo would actually be able to tell which region the braiders came from. And I thought, what is this about now? And then he says, can you see? Like, and in fact, guys, I was actually braided by a guy, a Mozambican guy, Prince, my stylist, whom I go and do my hairstyles with, and he really goes fast, and he was going this direction, down, right? So the man says, and I never actually got his name. The conversation was just so intense, and so he says, you know, like, we are ngenzansi, it's going down. But where I'm from, Eshong, where we go up with the braiding. And then I was like, yo, this guy, so ngithi baba uyaluka na? He says, no, because I said, well, do you actually do plaids? He's like, actually no, but where I grew up, we spent a lot of time siluka, like plaiting, but we would do it inward. And we'd have to plait these ropes that we use to secure the house, or when thresh roofs have been built, these ropes are actually used to hold the house up. First you'd start with the pillar in Tsiga to hold that up, and then the rest of the grass being supported by that. And I said, this is very interesting. And he said, you know, and all you would get for the day, they would just put a big drum of umkomboti down. You're not going to get paid, and that's all you're going to have for the day. So you come there prepared, having eaten, or if you come in an empty stomach, that's all you're going to get for the day. And I was like, you know, me, in my modern thinking, or whatever thinking, I said to myself, so they abakokeli, like they won't pay you. He says, no. And then he proceeded to say to me, the problem with you guys these days, you think that for people to have something, you have to have money. And this is why there's problems in the world today. Because just because somebody doesn't have money doesn't mean they don't have anything. Then I said, but kanjan, Baba. And then he's like, no. So I know, and he says, because at the end of the day, one day my house is going to be the one that actually needs fixing. So on that day, when my house needs fixing, I have to then call on the community to come and be with me and do the service too. So what if that day I actually don't have money to pay those people? So it doesn't work like that. So we work collaboratively to know that ngelinye ilanga I will need that service, so the community will come. Then we spoke a little bit about the beer, and I was like, but Baba nizosebenza kanjani with this beer? Then he's like, no, you don't even drink to actually get drunk. You just drink to get energized. But anyway, he shared so many other beautiful nuggets of just stories from where he grew up in the village. And I was godsmacked because as a student of life and somebody who's also learned so many beautiful concepts about this very thing that he was talking about, I realized that in front of me, he was actually re-educating me or reminding me of the principles of Ingozo Saba, which were made prominent by Dr. Ukaranga in the diaspora, which are really present in our continent and speak to so many things in the African heritage and what we have and that we can lean on. You know, the principles of umoja, unity, kujichakulia, self-determination, ujima, collective work and responsibility, ujama, cooperative economics, nia, which is purpose, kumba, which is creativity, and imani. And I think in many ways in the conversations that we had, there were so many moments when I could actually pick up all of these principles, but it wasn't in the immediate moment as it happened. But as I sat and reflected about this mystery man who just came with his perm and just dropped so many nuggets of wisdom. But some of what I want to speak to, especially relating to the theme of the day today, in envisioning the education that we want to see, you know, in 30 years post-1994, is that if we start using these principles at least, we will get somewhere. And one of them is Ujima, which is collective work and responsibility, which really focuses on collective responsibility to uplift and support one another within community and to take an active role of informed togetherness on matters of common interest. I think all of us sitting here today, our common interest that has brought us in this room is education. And so Ujima and collective work in working in this space to activate and take responsibility to build the systems that we want to see is really something that I would say, encourage you guys to go out and do. You know, kujichakulia, I've got a little bit of a flu. So self-determination, which again which says to define ourselves, name ourselves, create for ourselves, and speak for ourselves. The principle of self-determination carries within it the assumption that we have both the right and the responsibility to exist as a people and to make our unique contribution to moving the flow of humanity history forward. And so all of us have that within us to take action where we are in the spaces of influence that we hold to make the difference that we want to make. And so I urge you as educators and whatever practitioner you are in whatever space you find yourself in, especially since you have the influence, to make the influence to take that step to actually influence in that space. And Kumba, I think we've lost the sense of playfulness and creativity. So lastly, I really want to leave you with that. I want to leave you with the sense to say, let's do as much as we can, as we possibly can, to leave our communities more beautiful and more beneficial than we have inherited them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Shabangu, for that beautiful, thought-provoking, and awe-inspiring presentation. And reminding us, you know, of the importance of finding moments of learning in the spaces that we come from and not waiting to get out of those spaces, because that's the first thing we do, right? When we find the means, we want to get out of the township as quickly as possible. But, you know, you're reminding us that collectively we are in our everyday spaces, wherever we find ourselves, conspirators and co-creators in the process of education. So thank you so much for your reflections on that. And I think our next speaker, who is the respondent, has his work cut out for him. Mr. Obakeng Africa is going to be providing a few reflections on the discussions that our keynote speakers have unveiled for us today. Please, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Mr. Obakeng Africa.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you? I'm nervous. Okay, so I looked at the program and I saw the time that was allotted, so I've just put a timer here to make sure that I stay within that. Wow. Beautiful accounts of Black agency that we have just gotten. Can we just give them a round of applause? I come from a background that is very church-based, you know, and so what I noticed though about the local congregations of the church that I come from is that the ones that made the most significant footprint, both in terms of reputation, you know, around and also in the community itself, is the ones that decided that they are going to start schools where they are, right? So there's something about having being able to, first of all, clearly articulate the set of beliefs that you hold, right? And then you marry that with a way of life that is integral not to only one day of the week, but all 7 days of the week, right? And I think that Ntate Mukine and Ms. Shabangu's accounts of the work that they do is an example of how one can be able to do that in a very meaningful way. Now, there's in order to sort of help bring coherence to the response that I'm going to be providing, I just want to share with you a phenomenological schema that was developed by one of the thinkers that Ntate Mokine made reference to, which is Chabani Manganyi. So Manganyi wrote a seminal text in 1973, and that text is called Being Black in the World, right? And in this text, what Manganyi does is that he notes that the lived experience of black people and the lived experience of white people is different in meaningful and significant ways. And he argues that the thing that makes us to be human is is two things that are actually somewhat contradictory. On the one hand, we are born into circumstances that are not of our own making. 1. 2, we have the capability of interacting with the world so that we can modify the circumstances that we are born into, even though they are not of our own making. Now, in his account, he says that we interact with the world at 4 different registers: being in the world through the body, being in the world with others, being in the world with objects, and being in the world in time. Let's keep that in mind, and I want us to then reflect on the gems that we have been given through that conceptual lens. Now, Ntate Mokine, in your presentation, first of all, there's this thing that is so nice that you do. You have swagger, you know. You've got swagger. So, you preparing for the presentation was really a gesture more than it was because you needed to. There's a way in which, when you talk about what you were referring to, I could tell that you don't need to prepare for it. That preparation is just a formality. You can share, you know. But there are a few things that I just would like to pick out from the experience that you gave. First of all, it's the fact that in as much as you don't necessarily highlight it, but I think that you were in a quite unusual position for a person of your time, right? A lot of us who manage to go to university, especially universities that are not historically black universities, it's actually very few people who are able to do that. And I would like to, first of all, recognize the fact that there's something that you did which made you to be so exceptional that your achievements managed to make you to, you know, put these impediments that were put in your way. And from that experience, the other thing that I saw is that you are a very big advocate of self-directed learning. So the way in which you tutor students is really a way of nurturing, cultivating, and facilitating the process of learning how to learn. So more important than the maths or the physics that you are teaching, you are teaching students how to learn. And that is so important. I think a lot of us, that is the one thing that we still haven't yet learned, which is the thing that limits the potential of the teaching and learning experiences that we have. And the thing is that you actually also bring out very specific and very clear heuristic devices and when those heuristic devices are applicable. So there's a time to not be afraid to learn, and there's also a time to be cautious so that even after you have learned, you don't become cocky, or perhaps, let me not say cocky, but you lack self-consciousness in the way in which you do things. So that cultivation, I thought it was, something that that is important, right? So I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there for now. And I would like to speak to the account that you gave, Ms. Shabangu, of your brave initiative. So the one thing that I like to talk about them, no, not the one thing. The three things I love to talk about the most is my children. I have 3 of those, and they are still very small right now. And these are questions that obviously, around their education, whether they're gonna go to school, which schools they're going to go to. So the thing is that, where I'm staying right now, there's both Fort Tracker, Youthis, Danny Malan. I don't know if there's a Hendrik Vervoort that's somewhere close by, but, for me, just purely based on the names of the school, I know that my children are not going to go there because they're not going to have an identity that is tied to such legacies. But the thing is that there are certain practicalities that, one also has to think about around educating children. Now, when the twins were learning how to crawl, there was something that we became very worried about, how they use the stairs. So the girl loved to go up the stairs. Sometimes we'd see her halfway and then we'd have to quickly go get her. But then something quickly got me, which was that and the thing that got me was that, okay, I can see that the girl has an appetite for risk because we'll see her halfway there. The boy, on the other hand, he's very cautious, and I love him for that. But at the same time, it became a point of concern because I was like, if he doesn't have an appetite for risk, it means that there's also a relatedly limited appetite for learning, because there's a certain amount of risk you need to have an appetite for in order for you to learn, right? So the thing that I then had to navigate here was, okay, I need to teach this one who has an appetite for risk how to be cautious, and I need to encourage the other one to actually take some risks. So even in that pedagogical experience, there's those idiosyncrasies that one needs to take note of, right? So here's where now the issue is, and I think like the point of contention around, first of all, the way you were thinking about the endeavor that you were going into, and the way people around you were responding to you, and also how those who bought into your vision were also struggling with. It was an anxiety that you attribute to the problem of double consciousness. Now, this brings us right back to that conceptual framework that I set up by introducing Chabane Manganyi. When Manganyi, and I will only talk about the first existential category, which is being in the world through the body. Maganyi says, when he talks about it, that the legacy of colonialism is that it has set up a very sharp divide between the good body on the one side and the bad body on the other side. The good body being the white body, the bad body being the black body. Now, obviously that contributes to the double consciousness that you're talking about, but it also contributes to the lack of self-belief that students have, which is the thing that Mukine was talking about when he was giving us that granular account of the self-directed learning and the heuristic devices that he makes use of as he is tutoring the students. So in other words, just to come back to Manganyi to make just a brief conceptual note, when Manganyi talks about this existential category of being in the world through the body, he says that to understand it, we need to understand two levels of assessing the body. And he talks about the individual schema and the sociological schema. The individual schema being the constellation of value judgments that we make about our bodies personally, right? The sociological schema being also the constellation of value judgments that society makes about our bodies. Now, in order for one to get to a point where they achieve a healthy form of subjectivity, they need a positive individual schema and a positive sociological schema to coalesce in order for them to become well-developed, self-directed persons that can contribute to society. Now, this means that obviously in the personal experiences that we have, such as the one that you were sharing about your own initiative, and the one that you were sharing, Dade Mukina, about these students who lack the self-belief, it means that they had a negative sociological schema, which is obviously caused and reinforced by the negative sociological schema that they have. Now, the set of practices that you then bring into focus in terms of the way you are reflecting on your journey, and probably it was a feedback thing of practice where you do something, you try something, you see, okay, does this work, does this not work? You then improve on that, you know. What I'm seeing there is a cultivation of a positive individual schema in the students that you are concerned with, that you are tutoring, that and your children, and also the curriculum development that you were talking about. But all these things, all these initiatives, they would fall flat if they simply just end at an individual level, which is why there was an emphasis that you kept putting, you know, interest. It was as if there was a committee meeting where you sat and you discussed what are the key points that you are going to be emphasizing. You pointed out the importance of parents being involved in the development of the child and the curriculum itself. And that, by my estimation, constitutes the development of conditions that will make possible for a positive sociological schema to obtain in the first place. And in closing, I think that there is a culture that is centered on the question of education that both your experiences are calling upon us to actually think about. Culture here, of course, I'm using it in a technical sense where I'm drawing on that root word in Latin, colere, right? To talk about cultivation. There's Dade Mukine said something so fascinating, the cultivation of intuition. Cultivation of intuition. Intuition is not just conceptual, it's not abstraction, but it is something that is baked into your body, right? And so what I'm saying is that in short, or in closing rather, because I was not short, in closing, I love the accounts you give, because this is not just, I'm coming here and I'm like, what you did was tell us about the practice, and then I just did some abstraction in terms of how I was talking. But I love the fact that you are the receipts that tell us that it is possible for us to cultivate positive sociological schemas and positive individual schemas. Thank you very much.
I cannot at all begin to take from the fusion that emanated out of this conversation. Earlier on when we started looking at your program, I kept on emphasizing about the resistance power of a feast in a re-education. What I've captured, it is the basis of Afrocentric raising of consciousness to dismantle the Western ego as the foundation that have built universities as the temples of academos, created in the memory of Hycademus as the Greek mythological god. And this is the basic of what chemeticness in Afrocentric re-education is about. So what I'm then reconnecting to what they have said, it's a fundamental aspect that also kept on emerging from our nominees. Compassion, humility in educating. And we are brought to the issues of sensing in the process of transmission of knowledge. I'm completely blown away, and I admire the courage of us in the house of sitting down. In most of the cases after food, they say in some wonderful text, when the stomachs were full, they began to start other things. But your humility amazed me that together we are walking a journey. So what we're going to be doing right now, before we quickly move to the Q&A session, for us to just reflect with the speakers as we are closing off. We have the two remaining gifts. But in order to get them, we are going to test your attentiveness to the conversations that were taking place here. Somebody said, for they saw the thunder and say they saw the storm and the buildings falling, but they couldn't capture the message. So we are going to provoke to test on the basis of that. Maybe let me be the first one to go before I give you to ask your question.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Anyone who can give me at least any two principles, from the idea of Nguzo Saba that Meshabangu spoke about. There are 7 key principles from the Kawaida theory. I just want anyone who can attempt to give any two.
No Google. This is a no Google zone.
No Google.
We have a hand, yes.
Good afternoon, colleagues. It's Mabizela here. I'm going to mention 2 of those concepts Mam Shabangu spoke about, Dr. Moloi and that is trivium and quadrivium.
Wrong.
Trivium and quadrivium. Maybe I'm just not getting the pronunciation right.
Nope. I would have actually given you something, even if you're not using Kiswahili to say them, but I disagree. Somebody else who's willing to try?
We do have someone else. Please stand up and tell us two.
Two, it's Kumba and Ujama.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
He got it.
Oh, wow. There you go. Thank you. The name of this education philosopher has come up a couple of times, from the nominees' presentations right through to Tate Mukine's presentation. He is the leader in our thinking on critical pedagogy. Stand up. Not this one. Apparently something, I don't know what's happening there. Organizing committee is banned from answering questions. Thank you.
I am Zanetta. I'm a sociologist. Paolo Ferreira.
Correct. A round of applause. Thank you. The attention is still okay, Tate Moloi.
Thank you very much. Indeed, it shows that you have been attentive. We are gravitating towards the end of our program of today, but that wouldn't happen without giving you an opportunity to reflectively interact with our speakers. If you have any questions or point of clarity that we need, and I think we're just going to take only one round for the sake of time.
Okay, we have
have one hand.
Mercedes-Benz and all that, not this time.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much to the presenters, yeah, with their nuggets of knowledge and stuff. Yeah, Baba no sisters, no brother. Yeah, my question, like, yeah, we also like to stem from the general curiosity of the next coming generation. Uguti, with this past 3 decades, the cohort of this past 3 decades, which from '94 till today, to date today, any special expectations from them? Those who maybe could be holding their PhDs of democracy. Yeah, the question I would like to ask is in regard with the issue of as a country, if we see the SDGs, yeah, sustainable development, GEMs, normally call them, so focusing more on gem number 4, yeah, which is education. This espouses so it focuses on education. So we would like to ask from the speaker, from the expert, as a country, do we see or do we vision, yeah, by the NDP, as supposed by the NDP, are we gonna reach the target? And from this government of Nelson Mandela unity was supposedly to be, would it lead us to reaching those targets? Yeah, and from which level, for instance, is it gonna be from high and top, bottom up and stuff? Thank you very much.
Colleagues, we can take, I hope that our speakers can be able to, contextualize in response to what has been put. And then we can take another hand. I think after that we might take just 1 or 2 last ones so that we...
Babam, just want to ask, looking at how you've managed to use old concept or maybe instill confidence in the learners that you've mentored, how do you translate that into students who encounter the space at, let's say, this higher institution, who are unable to see these big concepts that are there, and maybe the lectures which are present here can instill the same confidence in a first-year student who is part of the 100 yaga and the 500 of okay, I don't see them anymore, but oh yeah, okay, so yeah, from that then missing, how do you basically what I'm saying is, how do you take education, because most people would say you can't teach an old dog new tricks, but I feel there's a dire need for what you've just said, not only at primary level, but even at higher institutions of learning. Thank you.
Maybe we can take just the last hand so that we know it's all up to them engaging with the thoughts in respect of time.
Okay, oh, Dr. Moloi has a put, so it's just a comment. I relate and identify a lot with what was mentioned around homeschooling and the role we as parents have in education, or maybe assisting our children to learn. And I believe homeschooling is more effective because in that way, we are able to also impart some of our important family values that we have, and not only family values, but also certain principles that assisted us to overcome and to continue with life. I mean, some of the most interesting principles and lessons that I always share with people, although yes, I am qualified according to the world standards, are some of the lessons that I learned from my grandmother, who was not educated according to the world standards, who was unable to count, did not do maths, but was very good when it comes to financial management and budgeting and all of those things. I say that because I see it, how it plays out in my life and everything that she taught me. So in one, yeah, just in a conclusion, I just need to emphasize the importance of parents playing a role in educating their kids, and not only leaving education to the schooling system, because there's so much more that we as parents, we can share with our children. And the talks, they were very informational. I also liked a lot on self-determination, because that's one thing that we need in the world. I normally hear the news, hey, unemployment and what and what not. Yes, as much as that is true, but self-determination is also another aspect of our lives that can actually help us to improve and be empowered. Thanks, colleagues.
Greetings once more, gentlefolk. To the first question, that's a very loaded question, my brother over there. I mean, I think you had a privilege of sneaking into my biography, which is good, which is brilliant. As a country, where do I see the 1994 to the 2024 span in terms of sustainable development goals with respect to education? Quite frankly, not good. And I'll tell you why. First, we are a divided people. We are not pulling with the same vision, nor pulling with the same purpose. We are fragmented. Two, the one end, which is the majority, we are producing, I can't even say quality, because even to call it cattle breeding, it's to be derogatory to poor cattle. You know, a 30% pass mark qualifies you for 90% of knowledge that you're supposed to know and you don't know. I mean, how does that make sense? You know, literally caps, it's literally caps. It puts a cap on how far one needs to grow, you know, their mind, not knowledge. You know, I think at the heart of learning is to grow the mind, you know. I think having painted that picture, bleak as it is, it also presents us with an opportunity. And the opportunity speaks to what Ntate Moloi spoke, the agency of self-determination, you know. And I would not be hesitant to call out that our most immediate repository is the 70s generation. They were able to start tutorial programs, start paralegal clinics, start, you know, students who were in medicine, you know, they did community outreach, they started food gardens, they even built 4 houses. You may not know that. They were able to build 4 houses, they integrated the arts, spoken word, drama, music, attire, in all of that. And some of the attire was actually sewn by Abu Mama, you know, Emakai, beadwork. So I'm saying, I think it's you. You spoke about the double vision and the amnesia. You know, I think what 1994 did, it erased what we needed to be where we are not supposed to be. I hope you get that drift. You know, black consciousness was nothing other than love yourself, respect yourself, do for yourself, take care of yourself. And in the process, we'll find each other in these fragmentations. Sadly, that was silenced and brutally, you know. There are community first-hand stories of how community initiatives as far as Mangaung were destroyed simply for expressing, not even affiliated to a philosophy of thought of self-determination. Just people in recognizing intrinsically within their own communities what needs to be done. They were bludgeoned. Now flip that. And this goes into the second question. What would I impart insofar as reigniting the sense of self-belief and confidence amongst first-year learners? Now, I had the privilege of facilitating group processes for a number of young people, but in particular for the first cohort of learners who were top achievers to the University of Pretoria. Now, the University of Pretoria has made it an annual program to bring these bright minds and transition them into first year. And these are bright minds that come from the various fragments of the South African society. And if you were to be in that experience the first day and the third day, I won't count the last day, the third day, and see what happens. And I guess this also speaks to the chemistry of relations. You know, there is Euro-Western teaching, it's very much object-oriented, you know, in the sense that knowledge, unless it is written, unless it is spoken, it cannot be felt. There are things we teach each other by rubbing off, and that's where intuition comes in. You know, there are things, and you observe this with mothers particularly will know this. You will know this chemistry. For us men, we come to it if we are present to the father role that we need to play. But for mothers, it comes instinctively. They will know when something is not well for the baby just by feeling, which is what I would call intuition. And there's a lot that rubs off positively when people begin to learn from each other's differences. I've seen it. I've seen it at Wits with the geology students. In practical terms, I've had the privilege of tutoring learners who would be in the engineering, computational and applied mathematics, even though Mina, I've not been there. And what my approach is, it's first to understand where the student is at, you know, to appreciate the confusion. And this confusion is quite layered, and it also speaks to your question. I mean, you come from Kwandebele, you know, where there is space, you know, life, it's, yes, materially, it doesn't have all the luxuries that you come into when you land on a campus like Wits or UP or UCT. And how do you expect that transition not to be a shock to the human system? You know, I mean, I do basic things like, for example, you are going to go to university. This is what you must expect. On the first day of, we used to call it Freshers Week. You call it what? Orientation Week, yeah. On your orientation week, from my experience, you've been admitted, you go to the registration office, they tell you where you're going to get your manuals. The first thing that you do of your manuals, you know, read your coursework, read the map. If they say lecture 1 on Monday is on the West Campus, walk the campus. Now, why do I instruct them to do that? Now, I do not only instruct them, I also task the parents to be there with them on Freshers Week. I even go back further, and I say on orientation, what does they call it? Open day. Go there, you know. And some universities, back in our days, you could walk into a university. Now universities have become Alcatraz. You know, you have fingerprinting and all of that. We understand that's the dynamic of society. But I hope it doesn't stay long with us. Universities belong to society, you know. And I would say to them, look, take your spring vacation, visit a campus. You are close to UCT, you are close to Wits. If you need me to be there, I'll be there. But I'm not going to work the campus with you. I'm going to accompany you to the campus, and then we'll agree, we'll meet at this spot. If you get lost, you have a phone, I've got my phone, and then you call me. You get it? And while you are walking the campus, if you feel like there's something, lecture, what, go in there, being curious. And you don't know what that does for kids. And it's for kids it's for learners or students whose universities do not have an interfacing or transitional program. My final point on that, content-wise, because I come from the maths and science, I take the very complex mathematical concepts and bring them down to your basic arithmetic. Let's talk about numbers in motion. Numbers in motion is calculus, right? that's what calculus is. But when we are first introduced to numbers, numbers are static and they're discrete, right? But between any two static or discrete numbers, there's an infinitum of numbers. Now that is motion. That is what infinity is. And then I go and demonstrate it with a bucket of water. You won't believe it. I mean, these are some basic things. Let's take a bucket of water. Let's take a bucket that is empty, put it under the tap, and let it drip. Let the tap go. That's discrete, isn't it? Right. And it's, but Uncle Zain, they call me Uncle Zain. Uncle Zain, when is this going to fill? I say, be patient. Let's go and do other things. And then come at the end of the day, you take intervals, go and check. And first check, it's filling. Yes. it is approximating the volume of the bucket. Now, if you're to empty that bucket, it's impossible for you to empty it. That is continuous motion from discrete motion. So that's why I say, when you break down mathematical concepts, break them down in relatable and contextual everyday lived experiences. So my brother, I think I've tried to reach as far as I can with the simple examples I've made. One, there are universities that have programs that prepare young people not only amongst themselves, but amongst themselves and also for them to transition into universities. And universities can be quite overwhelming. And then you, my brother, the practicalities of what I was giving in the second question, those are the things that we need to do. Suffice to add that I think universities need to transition where they set up community learning centers. There's nothing that is going to stop us now compared to the many communities who had to face the brunt of political, I don't know what to call it, because it still doesn't make sense to me, where community initiatives had to be destroyed, so that there would be a justification for other people to do for communities what communities need to do for themselves. And the flip side is that you don't find that in suburbia. In suburbia, they're very organized. I once drove through Potchefstroom town. The first time I drove through Potchefstroom, the third road of the main street was gone. Go to Potchefstroom now and ask yourself who actually filled the third road. It's the local people, local business, local people organizing themselves, they built it. So in order for us to transition, we need to find each other. And in finding each other, let's do. And in doing, we'll learn, unlearn, experiment, and something will come out. We mustn't fear to fail. Thank you.
Ndata Mabule covered everything. Really, there's nothing to say. Thank you so much, Ndata. You covered the whole thing, yeah.
Thank you very much, colleagues. There's just so much to absorb, but we are appreciative of the wisdom and the willingness to share in such an in-depth manner. What we are going to do right now is that we are going to appreciate our speakers for this session, for the love they have shown to come and share from the wealth of their knowledge. As an expression that says from the college, we appreciate them, Realebona, and then Retabile. And then, as Ausbus is doing that, I'm also then going to be calling on the last performance of Poetic Pantsula to come before we move over to the certification handover. So I'm going to ask for the Poetic Pantsula to come and grace us.
I will is a myth. I should have is a fiction tale. Litla ushia le blame. I could have just stories how Kawata Mapara. Oh, thank you. Dumelang? Is this on? Dumelang? O ka re la robala bana, o ka re le tshwere ke boroko. Abuta ka etla, o ka re setse go morao bana. Batho ba boleile ke maroko le rona re lapile. O itse ke eng ne?
Ashe. Is it afternoon? Good afternoon, everybody. Kunjani Molo Kunjani Molo Kunjani Kunjani Kunjani
Omang, in this concrete jungle of conspiracies and propaganda. Omang, in this bottomless pit of lust, rape and AIDS, of moral decay, father rape daughter. Omang wena, in that dark skin, are you media impressed infested, European African or African African? Kerahore, Africa for Africans is the order of the day. When that order manifests, otlowela guy. You will not be undecisive in the value of decision. You need to assess and reassess. So when I ask you, Umang, okono humputsa. Mina I am when on Gubani. I travel ancestral mantras, provoking her platform of spiritual need of which I'm keen as Echam. Na ke motho wa Africa, wena Umang mo Africa, ka hore na ke motho wa Africa, wena nenneng tla bo re nywe mamangs bing ko dikaeka le bo di mamang ngubani buya go phothonyo wane twenzeni fukwenzeni makwenzakalani. I and I is. Please let I and I be like dust on the humble feet of my niggas and sisters. I shall rise. Oh yes, I shall rise. I'm an African who sees problem as progress. When life throws lemons, I make lemonade.
Kunjani Molo Kunjani Kunjani
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for such a purity of a talent. At the present moment, as we gravitate more towards the end, I'm going to call upon all our nominees to come back this side, to come and to join us. What we're going to be doing at the moment is that we're going to be handing over the certifications for participation. And also, as they are coming back to join us this side, I'm going to be calling Professor T.D. Mashau, who is the Deputy Executive Dean in the College of Human Sciences. And I'm also going to be calling Dr. Naidu, who is the head of teaching, learning, community engagement, and student support within the College of the Human Sciences, to hand over the certificates of participation to all our nominees. So I'm going to firstly call the nominee in the Award of Excellence for Transformation and Teaching and Learning, Mr. Tabang Masedi from the Department of Communication Science, to come over to receive the certificate. And then also to receive the certificate for participation, I'm going to be calling Ms. Siposihle Gumete from the Department of History. And then I will also call Mr. Curtis Roslav from the Department of Philosophy, Practical and Systematic Theology to receive the certificate. And then it will be followed by Ms. Kitsiso Seete from the Department of Communication Science. And then lastly, I'm going to call Ms. Claudia Frattini from the Department of English Studies. Verdict to come to the fore and join us to give us a verdict.
Poetic Pantalore le ke le botsore le wete. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the adjudication phase of the College of the Human Sciences Teaching and Learning Festival. I'm standing here to represent the adjudication team, my lovely adjudication team, which consists of Dr. Hanslin Daniels, Dr. Naifa Rashid, and I. Now, before we announce the winners, we would like to take a moment to praise our nominees for their unwavering support, for their unwavering commitment to student support, module design, and transformation in teaching and learning. Each of you have demonstrated remarkable dedication, creativity, and a profound commitment to education. Your efforts to integrate innovative teaching methods and your passion for fostering a better learning environment for students is truly inspiring. As James Baldwin profoundly stated, the purpose of education finally is to create in person the ability to look at the world for themselves, to make their own decisions, to say to themselves, this is black or this is white. This festival embodies the spirit fostering the growth of individuals who can think critically and independently. This is truly a response to the festival theme, educating for social justice. And now, because we are educating for social justice, we had to ensure that, social justice is prioritized, and therefore, as the adjudicators, we had to make a few amendments. Now, although we had adjudicated on the Excellence Award for Student Support, in which 4 of our nominees participated, and we had a winner. We already have a winner for that. But even though we have a winner for that who really thrived and did great, we also noticed that there were other nominees who were eligible for other categories as well, because again, the basis is social justice. So we thought that we could reward them, we could recognize their efforts, and not think that just because they weren't a winner in student support, it means that there's no other thing that they can contribute to society. Now, all winners exemplified the ideals that I already mentioned and stood out for their exceptional contributions. And after much deliberation, we are pleased to announce the winners for the Student Support, Module Design, and Transformation in Teaching and Learning Awards, respectively. And it was not an easy decision. So, to our winner of the Excellence Award for Student Support, we have Osikitsiso Siete. And finally, for the winner of the Excellence Award for Transformation in Teaching and Learning, we have Osisipo Esihle Kumete. Thank you to all our participants for your contributions and commitment to the excellence in education. Let us now celebrate our winners and nominees. Thank you.
This festival, and we would like to appreciate your sense of patience from the morning when we started up until now, that we never lost the momentum, and indeed there was a great sense of cooperation to ensure that we arrive at this juncture. But I'm not the one to do the closing and the vote of thanks. I'm going to be calling Professor Mashau, who is the Deputy Dean in the College of Human Sciences, to come and to do the closing for us. And also he will provide a clear guidance in terms of appreciating our adjudicators and to celebrate with our leaders.
Program directors, thank you very much for this opportunity to be able to pass the closing remarks and the vote of thanks. I'll try as much to be as brief, even though I look tall. I'll just pass few remarks in terms of closing. What a day. What a day. Educating for social justice. That simply means that we're not educating for the sake of educating. And it gives us a huge responsibility as UNISA, as CHS. And I'll shout out to say, if there is something that you can do for the future generation, if there is a legacy that you can leave for the future generation, we have to, as in yesterday, audit our curriculum. The bulk of what we currently teaching is not assisting, especially with this agenda that says we must educate for social justice. We need a transformed curriculum, and gone are the days where people should resist to transform. We have to audit and check whether you are decolonial in your approach, you are Africanizing. We need a responsive curriculum that surely addresses the needs that Africa, our people, are facing at this point in time, be it in response to the National Development Plan, UN Sustainable Development Goals, your Africa Agenda 2063, and many other challenges that we are faced with. We have heard, even from our keynote speakers, who have been calling for a disruptive curriculum that disrupts the space. A curriculum that seeks to empower our students for employability, but also entrepreneurship, where they become employers of others than waiting for employment. Because in the main, when you look at social media, our young people are always saying, I've graduated, but I don't have a job. That means our curriculum is wrong. We surely need to change it to integrate entrepreneurship as part and parcel of what we teach. We have to be agile in terms of interfacing what we teach with AI. We're teaching the younger generation who are very much techno-savvy, and therefore you can't survive in this space unless you move fast. So if you're not good with technology, go and take, there are a lot of MOOCs that you can do to empower yourselves. But how do we achieve this, Professor Tlabangan? How do we achieve this, Dr. Knight? How do we achieve this, Professor Nkosi and the college management? We have to be intentional in how we unthink the West. There must be another struggle that says intentionally we should charge you with treason. If you write an article and finish that article with 90% of Western sources, there should come a time where we write and we intentionally don't quote the West. If you are not going to achieve that, then our curriculum will never be transformed. It will never be decolonized. It will never be Africanized. Because transformation is about recentering the African knowledge systems, African epistemologies, including your pedagogies, including your methodologies, and the praxis thereof. So we must Ubuntuify our curriculum. We have a terminology. Why are we not embracing it? Why are we not using it? And maybe the language, a decolonial language that must change, the Africanized language that must change, is to recenter Ubuntu and start to use that language intentionally moving forward. Having said that, I want to express my heartfelt congratulations and also pass the vote of thanks. Congratulations to the team of Professor Tlawangani in terms of organizing this colorful event. You really somehow started to decolonize the space in many ways. I won't bother getting into the details of it. We thank the leadership of Professor Nkosi and the College Management Committee who had provided support for this particular event and ensuring that we also eat as and when we engage in this festivity. We appreciate the CODs for incubating and fostering a conducive environment. And of course, with two colleagues from communication sciences, we must say bravo to the department for giving us more than one. And our nominees, and of course the winners, for raising your hands and for staying the course. We really appreciate what you have just done, Mr. Masedi, Ms. Gumede, Mr. Love, and then Ms. Siete and Ms. Frantini. Thank you very much, and congratulations to those who would have emerged this afternoon. And we shall surely provide the necessary support as and when you move to compete with others at an institutional level. And then to our program directors, Ms. Ngongo, I hope I pronounced that well. Mr. Muloi, Dr. Muloi, for graciously steering us through a very dense program. And we thank you for your fortitude and service. We also, on the same breath, thank Ms. Sophie Mabaso, who was providing the services of having to translate into a sign language. We really appreciate the work that she has been doing. We don't forget the president of the students, and Tate Mabilan. When I left here, I just had to go back to the office to multitask, but I remained, glued to my listening to what was happening. And I thought what is said is a wake-up call to all of us to say we need to really embrace the student-centered approach in the trade that we do. Our speakers, Ntate Mkine, Gogo Mpumi, we really appreciate what you have just shared with us. I wish we had more time to really engage you, because what you're doing really contributes towards transforming the educational space. And keep up the good work. And as they say, don't forget UNISA. We are what we are. Singobantu because of you. So we really appreciate the work that you're doing. And our eloquent theologian, philosopher, Mr. Working Africa. We really appreciate the way how you responded, tapping into the narratives around your own family setup. I thought that was quite impressive. So thank you very much. Our adjudicators, without you, and at this point in time, we really want to appreciate you. Please, let's hand over the gifts of appreciation to our adjudicators. You have journeyed with us thus far. We really appreciate the good work. Poetic Pansula, reminding that Sise Pitol Emahlangeni. The language, and you could really hear that this is Kasital, Kasi language, and really quite refreshing. And colleagues from all the departments, I will not do justice without acknowledging the multimedia colleagues for their support throughout. We have seen the entire team was here. Oscar was Jehe, Uveli Mabona, and then we also had someone who is very helpful to our cause, Pilan. We really... So we also appreciate the university for ensuring that we have the gifts to hand over. We should have actually handed over gifts to all of you. We will correct that moving to the future. We'll correct that moving to the... Our caterers, we really appreciate. And then the team. Prof. Tlavangani, Mr. Hetze, Mr. Ngoweni, Miss Mukwebo, Ramapoko, and Miss Malulek. We really appreciate our cancer. Hartelijk dank, really boer. And indeed, if I left out somebody, it was not intentional. So, thank you very much. And as they say, this meeting now is dismissed. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, yeah, give yourselves, yes, 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 yes. Woo! Wow, this was amazing, and we hope that you have been transformed and reinvigorated, and you are ready to go out there and take on this education process with social justice, right, at the back of your heads. And yeah, from Dr. Muloy and myself, thank you, everyone. The event, 2024 CHS Teaching and Learning Festival, has now come to an end. Music, DJ.